Good morning, Vietnam. So, anyway, when we were talking yesterday about Powell, I said we're not going to listen to him and let's just trade live, right? Let's trade the action, not guess which way. I said if you buy a call and you win with Powell, you got lucky. If you bought a put and you won with Powell, you got lucky. How about we wait for the move and then we make moves off of that? And it played out well. I agree. So Wolf is saying that people work, you work 40 hours and you can't make ends meet. So why work? I agree. But one time I read somewhere, you know how you stop unemployment? Well, if there was a small problem, you just stop unemployment benefits and then people magically find jobs. You can't do that clearly, but I work at an auto dealership and they all slow. Yeah. Well, the things have slowed down for sure, but we're still uh, the U.S. is spending at I think record levels. I think the auto industry is going to have a an issue. I don't know how it happened. Suddenly, everybody has a $700 car payment. I remember when I committed to 320 not too long ago. When I was a young man. Well, I guess that was a while back. But anyway, that was a big deal. A luxury car. Like I remember Land Rover advertising 289 a month and 350 a month lease. Now it's like 600. You go to buy a VW, I don't know what's that called, Aeon, whatever, the little SUV. It's like 24,000, and your car payment is still $600. How does that happen? What is going on? What kind of a wizardry math is that? Anyway, so the today the plan is just like yesterday. We have limits. We have extreme limits from yesterday. The link for YouTube? Yeah, sure. You'll be seeing what you see here, but I would appreciate you going there for the metrics. That'd be awesome. Uh, Vista Cruiser. I don't even know what that is. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, well, they too, like BMW, finally took the red pill. When these guys started talking and GM women started saying things and the Ford guys started saying things like, oh yeah, we're going EVs. And I'm thinking to myself, wait, am I that stupid or are they just flat out lying or they're stupid? I know they're not stupid. They're CEOs, major corporations. So what the heck is going on here? Like, let me understand. The easiest one to explain was the Ford scenario. So the Ford's best-selling vehicle is the F-150. It was for 10 years the best-selling vehicle in America, not just Ford. Period. Vehicle. Super profitable. They crank them out like hotcakes. You mean to tell me that you're going to stop selling that to sell the Lightning that loses you money on every unit? How is that going to work out on your P&L? Didn't you hear me say you got to split up the company between EV Ford and regular Ford because the company P&L is going to go to hell? Yeah, well, thank goodness now they're not probably going to be doing that anymore because Mercedes now joined BMW like 3 months ago saying that, we kind of messed up. We're not going to do that anymore. Have you seen those Mercedes on the street, the EQ things? They're odd looking. I see a few here and there, but they're definitely not ubiquitous. The only ubiquitous EV that we see is Tesla. There's no doubt about it. It's everywhere, which is not good for Tesla. It's marginalized. So, what's the next trick, Tesla? That model is like 6 years old or more. It's stale. So when I tell you that the media is out to get Boeing, they keep pushing this conspiracy theory on Boeing. There is apparently now talks of a whistleblower, a second whistleblower showing up dead. I'm like, what are they trying to say? That Boeing is a murdering corporation, or is what's going on here? Why is the stock not responding? But anyway, so be careful what you listen to in the news. I do have to warn you about Boeing. If it needs to get back to 179.8, 175.8 to avoid a bearish setup. There is a bearish setup to 165 and 158. 165 and no 165 and 163, 62.8. So, and I am long Boeing, so just be careful. Long by selling put. So I can take that 158 and still be okay, or 162.8. Anyway, it is a rising wedge. That's what triggers a wolf wave, and it's pointing lower. You can erase that by popping higher than the pivot point. You sold Starbucks pre-earnings. Okay. Can you advise on how we'd handle that? All right, so somebody has a problem with Starbucks. Real quick, see if we can help him out. Let's see here. This is Starbucks scenario. Where were you? 80, 75. For when? Okay, so you have time. You haven't done anything. You're stuck. One way I do this is I close it and sell a naked put to make up the money at the risk of getting assigned Starbucks. It's falling into support, but the support is pretty dang old to matter very much, like hardcore. Since you do have time on the clock, and it's probably, what, 350 now to close. I don't know how much you collected to open. You're going to have to do the math. If it's an acceptable loss, just book it or book half of it and hope for a bounce, or roll it down. But you don't need to roll it now. You don't have an advantage of rolling it now. It's an oversized move. Let me know you heard. All right, so we have a pretty violent market. Don't assume you know what's going on. You saw how quickly they spiked and dropped yesterday. So these colored boxes that you see on my screen, in case you're new or in case you forgot, these are areas of opportunities. So these are candles that unfolded in ways that are not proper. I need to modify this one. Okay. And I will try to update them and try to be consistent. Now on the bottom right is a visual to how we nailed it yesterday. We said, what if they pop and drop this orange triangle, and look at what they did, point, point. So now they're still in that triangle, and the onus is on the bulls to take that out. Somebody said, what's going on this week? And I said, now the heavy lifting is on the back of the bulls. They need to prove, and maybe they need Apple miracle pop. So don't be overly bearish. Don't be overly bullish. Know that it's a red week, and the bulls have 1 day to erase that. All right, here we go. We're open, and I'll give you an iron condor in a minute. I just need to refresh some windows. I'm doing too many things today, so I may miss a question or two. Please don't be shy about asking more than one time if I don't answer your question. If you send me a direct message in the live room, and I don't answer you, send it in private. It'll pop up red, and it'll just stand out. Starbucks have been closing around the city. No, Starbucks is not in problem. There's no problem with the business, Dave. That's the problem with that one location. The business is still good. Like it's all about the expectations. Just read. Here's the okay. I'm gonna have a class soon. It's gonna be online. It's not gonna be free because I'm gonna dedicate the resources for it. But it's gonna be online. about how to slice and dice companies. So look out for it and pop in whoever needs help. I'll give you a foolproof, non-Wall Street, very business savvy way of quickly ascertaining the viability of the business. Maybe we'll even bundle it up with a Discord membership or something like that. So keep on the lookout for that. I'll have something in the next few days. I still have 2 spots for Texas for next month. Okay, so if you're on YouTube, that's what we do all day, every day. Today is a free preview. Just give it a peek. There should be a QR code. So yesterday we had a violent day, so we have a mountain to climb, and we are also close to a debacle below. This morning, before the market opened, we did some homework to give you the easy numbers to remember on the QQQ, for example. We need to not fall more than 2%. Otherwise, we trigger an inverse cup and handle that has pretty nasty repercussions, versus we need to rally 3% in order to get out of that trouble. So if we rally 3% on the Qs, they get above a hump to where that threat of triggering that inverse cup and handle would go away. Some people don't believe in charts very well. To those people, I'll say, what the hell are you doing here? No, I'm kidding. You can be here. But hopefully we can change your mind. Charts are what machines use. It's points of data. So they have math, they have geometry, and they have studies and logic. And if machines are indeed controlling the price action on Wall Street, why would anyone not believe in charts? It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, we believe in charts. And yesterday we proved it. We did not listen to Powell. We had no idea what he said, and we traded like champs. We didn't put one foot wrong. There was one trade that didn't work out until the end of the day, or at least one forecast. All right, having said that, let me go my account. I need to make sure I'm not getting shellacked by someone. Okay, so I need to sign out and sign back in. Well, that is happening. Let's see. Good day to buy JP Morgan puts. Okay, is it up? It's not up. Well, I shorted JP Morgan. I missed the perfect entry, but if you want to buy a put, I would suggest you buy a put spread. Remember how I said you need to have conviction, like moderate your conviction. So whatever you normally think or do, knock a level of confidence out, because there's so much going on right now that nobody should be confident in what they're doing as being perfect. I'm going to give you 5052. An iron condor if you want. 5090 maybe. Yeah, 5090. And 5010. Nope. Wow. Okay, so the puts are heavy. 5,000. 4995. 5,000. I would like 4995 if you can get $45 out of 4995. Otherwise, it's you know what? I'm not going to put it in writing today because I have people on YouTube and I can't trust them looking at it and taking the trade. So, YouTube people, until you come in here, no soup for you. For you guys, I'll post it. So, Chris, the market just opened, and give me a minute to get my bearings. Yesterday, we didn't do anything for like 30 minutes because the market was crazy and we didn't have any beat on it. Let's develop a beat first. There we go. And patience. We do this all day, every day, so there's never a rush to do anything. And I'm going to say it again. Onus is on the bulls, folk. Onus is on the bulls. And right now, I see some bearish setups, say in the YM, which is the Dow. So patience. And this morning, we also had a pop and drop. I'm not sure what kind of data they released this morning. All important data, I'm sure. That little squiggly green thing is something that we keep dragging. It keeps coming back into view. It's just a reference point for me, a visual reference point. I'm not long anything today Meaning I don't have anything that expires today. I don't trust this market. So I do have all my bears still deployed. I'm not a bearish person, but I trade what I see. Okay. My platform just loaded, so let me get that open to make sure I don't have anything exploding in my face today. Okay. Micron is up, of course. So that's my only pain in the neck. Everything is green on my screen. That's bizarre. Except Alta. Small red in the TLT. Let me check days till expiration. When do I have? Do I have anything? Nope. Everything is on rails. All right. Now I can pay attention to you. LI is up. How much? All right. Now we're talking up 10%. Okay, so what was my trade? Bolt out of that mo flicker. Oh, it was a credit put spread. Okay, so that's fine. This was catching the falling knife without much fanfare. Who did I give it to? Now I can't remember. Let me go find it. Oh my gosh. There it is. Okay, credit put spread. That's good. How come I don't have it in my books? Who has that? In Ultimate. Oh, there it is. All right, so finally it's green. Yes. Thanks for that good news. Yep, that's a good EV company actually, as far as P&L is concerned, if you can trust it. I say that because we had Luck and Coffee. Remember Luck and Coffee? You can share the link with anybody, Faye. Everybody. In fact, post it anywhere you want. There we go. Let's see. We had some overnight price action. We came into the day up, and now let's see. How much of it have we given up? We're slightly off the highs, not completely. So give it some time before we can start catching falling knives. At least let them fill this yellow box. This yellow box is some weakness from yesterday. Let me see what it says. 5-1, area of interest. So this is an area that was in contention yesterday. I'm not certain that that is an open gap. I think they closed it in that stint right there. But we shall see. It is an overnight area that might want to come to fruition. Let's give it a minute. So if you're starting the Iron Condor right now, you need to start it everything $5 lower. Okay, so 4990 credit put spread, 5085 credit call spread. And I want to caution you with how violent these markets are. I don't know if we have any auctions in the middle of the day or not, but if we do, just pay attention to when they happen. Don't really care what they say, it's just what pin action we get off of them. You saw FXI spike yesterday. Okay, you don't know what kind of premium there are. If you're in that trade, the FXI long, that FXY, I'm sorry, you should have stopped out. But it's still a binary thing because it's currency and we might have a flip. So it's up to you. For me, it wasn't a big trade. In fact, I didn't take it because the day I went to take it, my broker said, no, we don't want you to take it. You have to call to take it. I said, why? And they said it is not liquid and we don't want you to get defrauded. I was like, what am I, 12? All right. Bonds should have a spike. Let's see if it comes. They could rally, say, from 88, we're talking TLT, to 88.5 or 0.6. If you want the futures on something similar, would be ZB. I know a couple of you trade that. 11, let's see, 114.14. 114.14 would be a target. All right. Algo flow hasn't refreshed yet. Let's go. How many times do I have to do that? Let me know if you have any questions. Shorted the open. All right. Be careful shorting anything and going long anything without real purpose. Like, don't take a trade based on a hunch. All right. Let's not do that. So I would like to put the XLF up on the top right. It's a pretty violent ticker. And I am short the XLF still. It's a struggle, meaning I'm not getting traction on my trade, but I'm not losing, so I'll stay in it. When you're bearish and the market is bullish and you're not losing money, that's a good thing. Like, I'm bearish the XLI, and if the XLI loses 120.6, I think it opens the floodgates lower, and then the put will be hot. Right now it is up 10%. Make that, I'm sorry, I'm up 10% because I sold calls as well. The put is up 4%, I think. And the bear call spread or sold call is up a lot. The iron condor, Alicia, is 4995 or 4990. I don't know what the premium is on the 90, but that area down there. And 5090 on the calls. If you can get 40, 45. Yeah. All right, John, good. TLT gave up the pop. Right. Yeah. That's why when you have conviction, I like to sell something and buy something. Like sell a call, buy a put, sell a call spread, buy a put spread, or sell a call spread, which is safe, and buy a put. When you sell a call, you should be aware that the risk profile of that trade is unlimited, and that is not something good. Don't do it in single stocks, please. Imagine you did that with Carvana. Just imagine somebody said, "Ooh, I shorted Carvana yesterday. What is it up now? A zillion and a half?" Yeah. Pay attention to the small caps. Small caps. Let's put them up in the upper right-hand corner. IWM is one way to look at it. Let's go to 5 minutes. I want to show you how they were up a lot versus yesterday. I don't know if you were here yesterday. This was, whoa, very violent. This was more violent and surprising to people. But look at how close they came to the box we had sitting there. They left some unfinished business, but I could have mismeasured. I mean, it is possible. But let's go with, they filled it. And today they opened up with a lot of zeal, and now they're testing the base of the pre-open pop. That is normal price action. Normally, this is where you start going long. You go long against the pre-open lows. For the S&P, I don't like this. This is too big. These are too wide apart, and it's too messy. I can't do any candle studies on this stuff. So if you want to go long now, the best way is to sell a put spread. Or if you're good with the stops, you buy a call. So let's go to 15-second charts, and let's see if we can start trading. Oh, yes, YouTube people. Oh, yes, 15-second charts. Why? People will listen. If I can trade with 4 times as much information as somebody trading on the 1 minute, I'm going to put the 1 minute on the bottom right-hand corner. So this is somebody on the bottom right watching 1 minute charts, and this is us watching 15-second charts. For every 4 of these, they only see 1. Okay, so I'm going to tell you that there is reason to go to 503.50 if they want to pop. And if they can hold the base, they can get to 503.50. So you can get long for that opportunity, it's still murky, so it's not a high confidence trade, but it's available. So how do I do it? I get long, and I decide how much pain I want to take and how much reward. Usually 1-to-1 would be fine. And unfortunately, I don't have a good level for you to exit. So this red box, don't follow the red box. Follow how much money you're losing. So you pick a trade. I'm going to post it. I'm not going to say it for YouTube. I'm just going to post it. The vehicle would be the SPY, and I would use today's contracts because it's a fast trade, and I would want to see the results right away. These are low degree of conviction this morning. I need a better beat because of this mess back here. I don't trust this mess. Okay, so the entry would be buy a call at or in the money. Let's say it's $150, and then you tell yourself, all right, so if I lose, if I buy one contract, so that's 150, you put a stop in your head and you act on it if you don't know how to do it mechanically, and you say, if I lose 40, I'm out, or 30 or 50. Everybody's different. Okay, don't put a big, don't lose a lot of money when you don't have a lot of conviction. I don't have a lot of conviction in this one, so I personally would skip it. But people are asking for a trade. This is the only clue I have right now, that they would need to come out and finish out this area. These candles right there, they need to be revisited at some point today. This early in the day, you can take some beating. So let's see here. 502 call, that would be the one I would buy. Oh, shoot, I said it. Okay. Don't take it on YouTube. This is not a trade alert. By the way, there's a disclaimer. This is for educational purposes only. No one's telling anyone what to do. Please consult your own advisors for how to trade the market. It is risky. That's why they pay a reward. Right? Yeah. They're gapping down. That's no good. What will Apple do? WWAD. Oh, we have an OG person here. 150 shares of Apple that are down almost 10%. I'm a little worried about them tanking on earnings tonight. Okay. So Apple is as good a company as it gets, even though I'm not a fan. They better say something good. I complain about Tim Cook probably the minute he took office. Actually, the year he took office, it was clear to me that he is not a good fit for Apple. He's not a good operator. People say, oh, you COO. He is a terrible COO. Everything is late. Everything is back ordered. Everything is sold out. Nothing is ever on time. That's not a good COO. And he's definitely not a good CEO. He just kept the lights on. That's all he did. Anyway, if you're worried about Apple, you can sell a call, buy a put. You can protect your shares that way. The only downside is if it does spike a lot, you are at risk of losing your shares. But if it falls apart, then you have the right to sell the stock at a certain level where you bought the put. He needs an AI forecast. I think the last forecast they gave was very vague. I don't remember the date they gave. For some reason, January 25 comes to mind. So I don't think that'll fly. If they don't say anything new, I think Apple's reaction could be negative. Have they filled the bottom on the left? Let's check. Okay, so now that's a better platform. Still not perfect, but it's a better platform. That's why I favor doing the credit put spreads, because you can take it down below and withstand a lot of pain, and it'd be no biggie. My take on the Qs. Yes, what time frame? I looked at the Qs this morning, pre-open levels. From memory, I can tell you what we saw. They need to not fall more than 2%, and they need to rally 3% to get out of the danger of losing that 2% because it has consequences. For like 3 weeks now, that's exactly the comment that would work for you. You can't afford to lose 2%, and you need to pop 3% to avoid the whole scenario altogether. Penn National Gaming, yes. So the idea with Penn is if somebody wanted it, buy shares, half position, and if it collapses, You add the second half whenever you feel better about things. So I'll check Penn a little bit later. Yes, if they have questions and I don't answer them over there, please have them talk to me here because I can't keep an eye on that over there. Ah, I feel the love. That's funny. DJT, Tilray, BT. Oh, yeah. All right, so let's say you took a call where I said somebody could try to grab that because they need to come up and finish the job up there. Let's say you did that, and this gives you relief to get you back to even money, and you hated it when you were red. This is a chance to lighten up or get out. Not every trade works, and how you manage your losses is how you win or lose in the long term. Okay, so let's see here. I entered short September 22 CSPX. What is CSPX? XESC. What are these things? I don't know what these things are. Oh, okay. So I don't know those tickers, but if you're down 30% on a credit spread, are these, did you buy something or what did you do? Explain. I have Alta credit put spread that took some time back at 440. It was going to expire 517. This morning I woke up the message from Tasty, margin on my account, and now the trade. Okay. You've been assigned. All right. So what is the trade? Give me the full trade and I can help you with that. See that if somebody took a small loss from here to here, way better. So you better hope that they don't lose this one because they'll end up at that blue line. Okay, you need to tell me, Robert, did you buy something, sell something? How about you tell me the trade? Bought this put, bought this call, or bought this share, sold the share. I don't know what it is. Bought stock onto ETFs. Okay, so can you write down the information for them? All right, so here's what they need to know. If I took a stock, ABC, and I want to evaluate whether I should be in it. One, I have to say why. Have him revisit the why. Why did he take the trade, or she? If that reason is still there, then they move on to thing two, which is stop loss. 33%. Was that what they had in mind to call it quits? That sounds reasonable. 32, 35. Just make sure you don't let it go to 50. Okay, so 3, what are the odds of success? And that's, since it is shares and not options, that is the subjective part. So why did he enter? If you don't have a why, take it off. Where is your stop loss? And the odds, if 1 and 2 are okay. Now, here's my take. Whenever I'm in trouble, I usually get smaller. Like, why not lighten up? Why not lighten up your position? I got this advice from a wise person I know. She was amazing. So why not lighten up your position? He was thinking the market will go down. Well, that's not a reason. Thinking, why were you thinking the market will go down? It's not a reason. That's hope. All right, so the credit put spread, the Alta credit put spread. I'm not going to say your name. Tell me, what are the details? Oh, okay, good. So somebody's in trouble with Alta. We're going to bail them out. We'll go to 30-minute charts on Alta up there. Ooh, didn't I take a long in Alta? I did take a long in Alta, but I'm not losing money. You must have taken it before me. All right, folks on YouTube, thank you. Oh, Andrew. We're lucky to have you, man. Yes, Atlan. That's worst. Worst. The worst. It's not the worst. It's just not my cup of tea. I don't fault anybody for trading their tickers. If you're good at trading a ticker, I don't care how crappy it is. If that's what works for you, then do it. Any system, I learned a little trick from when I was, I don't know, 15. I used to be into tennis, and you remember a player named Bjorn Borg? He's like one of the all-time greats. One of his favorite things to say was, "Don't ever change a winning strategy." So if you're hitting a forehand down cross court, don't try to hit it down the line. You're gonna end up running to the left. So if you're a righty, so if it's working for you, trading DJT and BT and what was the third one? Yeah, then go for it. No, seriously, Tom. You're going cross court, and then you hit one down the line. If the guy gets to it, he's gonna rip one across to your left. You're gonna have to run, and now the running starts. And if you're an older person, that's not a good thing. Please advise if it's a good time to do a credit put spread like 2 months out. Sure. So someone's asking, is it a good time to be bullish 2 months out with caution? Yes, of course, you can be. Like for my portfolio, that would be perfect because I'm very bearish and I have a bunch of credit call spreads. So instead of buying puts, I mostly sold risk above on up days and I share them with you. So now the question is, can I do the opposite if I just want to be long the market but leave room for error? Yes, you can. Absolutely. And how about you do this? Go practice, get me one on the ticker of your choice, SPX, SPY, and NASDAQ, whatever. Okay? And then we will slice it and dice it. Maybe we'll send it to the rest. AMD, again, come up with one on AMD. AMD is a good stock to do it with. I don't like the message, but it's a good company. All right. You sold 445, you bought 440. Okay. So here's a scenario. It's a tough scenario. Somebody went long Alta before the earnings, so they got stuck. They sold a conservative credit put spread, but the Alta trade has not worked out well, correct? So what happened was they got assigned the one leg. So to open a credit put spread, you sell one and you buy one. All right. Anytime you sell a piece of option, you open the risk because you're committing to do something for someone, and that someone called them on it. So luckily they collected $115, and so the risk is set at 3.85. So if I was in that position and I got assigned this one, that means my position in my portfolio now no longer has a credit put spread. What it has is, it has a shares, 100 shares for every one I got assigned, and it has a protective put. Is that what you see? Confirm. And if it is, then all you have to do is, I don't know who's your broker. Some brokers allow you to do it on your own. You need to exercise your right of this one. So the credit put spread has a finite risk. Tasty, yeah, I think you need to call them. So make a call. They'll pick up the phone and say, hey, I had a bull put spread. I got assigned the short leg at 445. I would like to exercise my right and sell the stock at 440. And then you would just suffer the maximum loss as designed by the trade. And if there's a margin, the only problem with Tasty is they don't clear their margin until overnight. I don't know why they do that. So your account will be locked up all day except for closings. You won't be able to open new trades if you indeed have a margin call. Yeah. So no panic. It's just a bad trade. Thoughts on NVIDIA credit call spread? No. Listen, this is the best company here. I don't want to trade it. So this one gave you an out twice. And I mentioned it. I said, if you took a long here and you took a bath, and then they gave you an out, you didn't, they gave you an out, you didn't, and now it's a lower low. That's now a different story. Okay, so this trade should be off the books for most everybody, and not because of the red box. All right, so this is a bottom of an area of interest from yesterday, the bottom level. Remember this blue thing on 4:30? So 2 days ago, we had a 15-minute candle, and that was a massive doji. Remember that? We've been ping-ponging around it. We go below it a little bit, we go above it a little bit, but we come back to it. This is clearly an area of interest for the last few days. So the bulls better not lose it convincingly. It would not be a good thing. Okay, AMD, credit put spread. Here's the trade setup that somebody's suggesting. Let's slice it and dice it. AMD. So this is not a fast trade. Thank you for being here, by the way. We have 253 people, 255 people, and our own private trading room. By the way, YouTube people, we do have another room full of hundreds of people. I promise you they're there. Good job, Dan. Are you posting the entries? I'm not keeping up. Are you posting them here? That'd be good. So how much does it pay, Adval? I need that information so I don't have to look it up. July. Do they report in July? I don't want to take it into a report. It pays 88. Okay, it's a little aggressive in this environment, but I don't hate it. If you can go, is it $1 increments or 5? It's in $1 increment. Okay, so what I would do is bring it down a couple of bucks and tell me how much it would be. Like make it 118, 113 or something. So now you would get along against the bottom from the overnight. Up here it was hoping they would stop. This would be a higher conviction trade if somebody caught it. Sorry, I was talking. You have a collection of the overnight low is that purple line right there, so you're pretty close to that, and I believe you do have other lines below that mattered yesterday. You caught it? Nice, Andrew. You were commenting on in the live and you still caught it. Good work. We got some pretty strong traders in here. I'm a little distracted this morning, so we'll get on the ball in a minute. Let's take these out so not declutter. This white line right here, it's a moving average. We've talked about it. I anchored it months ago, and it's still in here. So this whole zone, it's a battle. It's a pivot, the whole thing. All right, so the algo flow is not telling us anything new. The gamma levels all over the place, so I wouldn't pay attention. 110, 105. What's it pay, Advel? So I don't have to look it up. Yeah, Etsy. So what they did is they did not grow at all. 40 is too little. Move it up. I gave you a level somewhere in between those two. And but what I don't like about the Etsy is that the management is coming up with excuses. Weak macroeconomic conditions. No, there is no weak macroeconomic conditions. You're just not growing. Other companies are growing. So anyway, I would have rather seen the management say, we've had our challenges, but we're up to it, and here's what we plan to do. As opposed to saying, oh, we missed it. It wasn't our fault. It was weak economic conditions. We did everything we have, and we don't have any ideas on how to fix it. That is a weak management team. Nevertheless, it is tradable into support, except the fact that the market might be teetering. So I have 504 calls from yesterday. I sent it to close, but was in a rush, did not confirm it was filled. Anything I can do? 504 calls from yesterday. Well, you can decide whether you want to keep them or kill them. I don't know how much you're down, the percentage. make sure to put a limit as to how much more you're willing to lose before you close it. And close it on rallies. So my morning note said the bulls should be using strength to get out. And the bears should not assume that it's all down from here. It's a long day already. Ooh-wee. Okay, so he entered short on ETF as... Okay, Robert, it's very confusing to me. You tell me entered short on CSPX, so I don't know if that's a bullish ETF or not. I just gave you the information on how to manage. Since that wasn't my trade, the way I would make the decision is I would see if that reason I entered, if the reason they entered is still there, then they can stay in it. If not, they need to be out of it. So that's test number 1. And if the reason is still there, they go to test number 2. Have they hit enough pain? Have they chosen a tolerance? Have they chosen a stop loss? Something mental. If I lose 30%, I'm out. If I'm losing 50%, I'm out. Pick a number and stick to it. If 1 and 2 are a go, then you go to 3. What are the odds of still being right? Okay? And that's the thing you need to... I can't help with that. These are things that they need to decide. That is not my thesis. I don't know what these stickers are. Okay, so let's check it. How about I give you an idea on the tickers? So CSPX. I'll go to a daily. What? That can't be it. CSPX. Where are they? Must be this one. Is it this one? Upper right hand corner? Okay, so this thing here is in the middle of the range of high and low. You can go in either direction, and there's risk of at least 0.5 lower. And if you lose this base from the 25th of April, you're going to come down to this level. So you have a risk of coming down to here. You have lower highs trying to hold the floor. If you lose the floor, you're going to come down to here. So this is basically like the NASDAQ and the S&P. And look at the size of this head and shoulders. So if I'm long this thing, I may be losing another $22 if they lose this base at 490. All right, so let's zoom out here and look left. These are the bases from yesterday. Prior day low, they just cut through like it's not there. Caterpillar, okay, we'll check it out. All right, look at this. What are these? Remember these? Okay, there should be support from here on down, but it's far back in relative term. This circle we put in here yesterday. We are at the pre-open low from yesterday. So now clearly the easier trade is to sell rallies because we've now confirmed 2 scallops. We have one here and one here. So if you look at this, let's see if they do another one. They have a lot of support here. Maybe they can sneak in another one and then take a long. And somewhere around here start taking this. See if you can trade that pattern. What is that, Atlan? I don't understand the question. They expect a recession. Okay, so I'm going to give you a piece of advice there, Robert, to tell your friend. A recession on Main Street does not mean a recession on Wall Street. In fact, it might mean the exact opposite, and I'll share with you the logic on that one. When people start talking of a recession on CNBC, what happens to the market? when smart people do. Everybody freaks out. They sell the hell out of it. So Wall Street already priced in a recession and a whole correction on top of it in 2021 into October of 2022 when we announced the bottom of the market. And then people still trying to talk about the recession. And that is the problem. We're like, for example, let's say today a headline comes out, Apple launches a new AI, whatever. They price in all the upside today. Or Apple loses the right to sell any more iPhones in China, period. Boom. They price in the bad news now, right? So when Apple's pain, when the pain actually hit the P&L of Apple would be months and months later, but Wall Street has already taken the stock lower. So if somebody's talking recession, the pain is now, recession later. So it's offset with time. I think so. Having the idea of a recession is coming and trying to put it in the stock market, if you don't sell risk, it's almost near impossible to make money off of it. So if you tell me there's a recession coming, I can sell naked calls a year out, a mile above current price, and go on vacation. That's how I could win with that. Otherwise, if you buy something for a recession, you're going to run out of time before it actually plays out. All right, so the VIX is a little bit below yesterday's spike. Yesterday, we had a full lesson on the VIX, how to calculate the plus or minus expected move. Somebody divide 16 by 15 points, so that's 1 point. You don't need to divide it. That's like 1.1%. So we are expected to move plus or minus 1 point something percent a day. Well, we've already done that. We went from plus 1 to minus. Look at the scoreboard, folks. It's flat. Okay, it's not even a red day yet. I'm just saying. At some point, they stopped doing these scallops, right? And they bottom. So I'm saying maybe there's room for one. Maybe there isn't. I'll give you signs. All right, so let's start drawing some rectangles. There's a reason to get to 5013. Let's see if they do it. 5013, where my cursor is. I'm going to walk it up. I'm not going to draw boxes. I'm just going to walk it up one at a time if they get there. There's a reason to get to 5018. So if I'm holding calls and I didn't stop out, I would look for those two as reference points. Let's see if they left a lot of open. There's nothing open above that. You could maybe see something in that squiggly. They left like a hair, a sliver in that squiggly thing. So maybe we go for that squiggly thing. So if you're holding calls, hold calls. This is the battle right here. This is a pretty important battle right here. I love it. Let's go. So we have a couple of points here that they want to tackle at 50. What did I say? 5013. Yeah, 5013, somewhere around that blue line, and one at 5017-ish, and I think nothing until that squiggly thing. 5013, 5017, and squiggly thing. Squiggly is at 503. And then above that, 5037. All right, so let's put lines. Whoops. Those can be your three targets on the upside. They might do them in chop, like pop, drop, pop, drop. So first order of business, don't lose halfway marks. So don't lose 500.3. That number has been pivotal since yesterday. How many times have we said that? 500.3. Man, yesterday, wow, did we call it right? Yeah, not trading alone is huge. Yesterday, those who traded alone got, they were at a disadvantage to somebody that was trading in a group. Right. I'm always available for questions before I. So here's a way to actually. I would love it if everybody in the group had a trade idea and came to me. Hey Nick, I'm thinking of doing this, or hey group, I'm thinking of doing this. What do y'all think? You will have 300 opinions like that. What are the odds of you missing a piece of the puzzle? None. Somebody will have somebody will watch out for your back. So yes, if you have a trade you want to run it by me, I would love to take it. I want trades. I want your trades. If I like them, I'll tell you my honest opinion about them, and I'll take them with you. So what is the other ticker now? I can't remember. XS something. So we talked about CSPX. What is the other one? Hey Nick, I just joined today. I understand your reason in the market movement, but I don't quite understand what the specific trades are. Okay, I'm being vague today, James, because I know I have people on YouTube that I don't want them to take trades based on my words. I don't want that responsibility. So when I say this, it means wait to get long somewhere inside here so you can go like this. And the trade would be to buy a call in the SPY today at the price where I'm entering. So if I wait for it to dip at 4.99, I would buy a 4.99 call. And then we're starting to, and then I saw that we have 4 areas of interest. And I'm mentioning to people that I have a few people here that are long calls already on their own, and I'm helping them get out of the calls. So by the way, those people, if you're buried in calls and you get half your losses on a freak move, you might want to lighten up your position, if not get out. In other words, the mode should be, if I'm a bull, I put it in writing this morning. If I'm a bull and I'm suffering, I use rallies to make things better, not to hope, hey, stay and hope that things are going to repair themselves. We are not guaranteed that. Okay, this is a bearish week. So, James, not everything I say is a trade for everybody in here. Like, I personally don't enjoy fast trades, so I prefer slower ones, although I do cover the fast trades. So if you're new, I would suggest you practice. You know, there are platforms that allow you to trade with fake money. So if you hear, get a call, jump in today's platform, today's options chain, and buy a call. Oh, by the way, people can also trade with the SPY stock. You can buy the SPY. Like you buy it for 501 and you close it for 503 if we get to that squiggly thing on top. Or some people prefer to trade with the ES. That's the E-mini. ES. /ES on a lot of platforms. So that's trading the futures. Don't dabble in the futures. If you don't know what you're doing, they can hurt you. You can practice with the micro ES, so it'd be /MES. The micro ES is baby futures contract, so it doesn't require as much margin and the mistakes are forgivable. So only one contract if you're practicing. Inverse head and shoulders speaks to the potential of those 4 lines I drew, the 4 white lines I drew, these squiggly things here. So there is reason to get up here. Let's see if the bears will let them do it. So far they haven't. Lower lows and lower highs. Rally, sold, new low. Rally, sold, new low. Rally, question mark. Sold, and if sold, will it hold halfway? And if it does and it takes, say, 501.5, that's progress for the bulls. The bottom may be in. We shall see. Update on the iron condor. Down 30 cents. That's okay. Still statistically viable. The sold put, the odds of success is still statistically viable. The delta is only 0.22. If you guys are on YouTube and you don't know what that means, don't worry about it. We do it every day. We have a lesson every day. In fact, let's do a lesson right now. Let me go check on the chat room and make sure that everyone knows. Mini lesson in the live. All right. I'm going to explain the iron condor to people who have never had that. First of all, options, you can buy them, you can sell them. You don't need to own shares of the things you buy and sell. You have indices, you have ETFs, you have stocks, you can do all of them. while we wait, I want to caution you against, oh man, we went to 49. What was my support? What was my support write up today in the morning? Support line. Let me see here. When I sent my write up at 5 a.m. 497.45 I had, and 502.6 resistance, where we dropped from. Well, we went above. Anyway, was that today? That can't be today. Let's see. That must be yesterday. It is. Support, I had, the last bit of support we had was 499.5. Today's low, 499.55. 505.2 was resistance. Okay, so 505.2, we had a spike up here. 504.8. All right, so what was I saying? Yes, options. You can buy them, you can sell them. Specific tickers, indices, all kinds, ETFs. I discourage people from trading the leverage ETFs. They're wild and they're not predictable, especially when you're doing spreads. Okay. All right, so iron condor. The concept of an iron condor is, let's put it on the screen here, SPX. Good news on Alta Trade. The risk team at Tasty Trade handled the trade earlier today. Also, they did it for you, yeah. Well, they didn't do you a favor. They just did themselves a favor. They didn't do it out of niceness, is what I'm saying. They just want to cover their butts. But that's good that they did it. Now you don't have to worry about it. All right. So this is the SPX. And if I wanted a trade, so you can buy calls, buy puts, and hope a move up or down for you. Or you can sell somebody a lottery ticket. For example, okay, so we have check mark on one. You can sell a call and buy a call and collect a credit. Let's say you get 50 bucks. That's called a bear call spread, credit call spread. You can sell a put and buy a put and you collect a credit. Another one, let's say 50 bucks or 40 bucks. So I'm doing round numbers. You collect $1, so $100 per contract. I'm pausing this. So we have check marks, check mark. Let's see if they go for the other two. Okay, and now you're in a situation where you want the stock to be inside of a box and not exceed it. So when the bell rings and this guy doesn't do that, or doesn't do this, you win. So you don't need a rally, you don't need a drop, and if that's the case, you deliver 25%. So in fact, having $400 in an account allows you to do this every day for one contract. So let's say you collect 100 and you close it halfway and you leave $50 on the table. That means you make 12% a day, potentially, as long as the SPX stays in between these two. It could be any ticker, but the SPX is good because it's cash settled. Cash settled means you don't get assigned, like that person that got assigned. Good job. Small short. All right, Dan, thank you. Be careful, Dan, because of my two lines above. Okay? You have the right idea. I just want you to know that there are unsettled businesses up there. Oh, you already stopped? Okay. Okay, Adnan, nice work. Man, we got some smart people in this room. Woo. I hope you're posting. I know you're posting. You two always post, but I'm not keeping up. I have too many things I'm doing at the same time. Hi, Neve. Amazon. What about Amazon? You're going to tell me time frame, long. Are you looking to get long, short? What are we doing? SPX puts here. I wouldn't. Maybe a little bit higher, 502.6 maybe. But this is a good level area. So from here to 503 is a resistance zone. The SPY is not cash settled. Here's how you can test it. Go to the ticker and try to buy shares. If there are no shares to buy, it's cash settled. Be careful. If you buy puts, you better be quick, because there might be they might not give you a lot of profit, so they might dip to here, but then do this type of a thing. Okay, so be careful with that. I see Alphabet doing its Alphabet things. Okay, the sell order is already in. Good job. So you're ready to scalp. Yeah, I'm not that fast. I would make mistakes having to trade this fast and also moderate the room. It would be physically impossible to do that. All right. Cool. And out. No, that was fast. Hi, Luis. Hermano. Saw the... Oh, yeah. 5100 credit call spread 1 DTE for $1.20, closed at low of day. Outstanding work, Luis. Yeah, the hoodies, I think we don't have many, I think. So lock it in. Wait, how are we going to get it to you? You know, you have Arlenis's email, right? Reach out to her, because she's the one that did the homework. Yeah. On how to ship. Shipping in the US, I had no idea how expensive it is. I was like, all right, we can't do that. All right. The AMD trade, did we end up settling on one? No? Let me go see if I can fix you one up. I wouldn't take it for myself. AMD is not my favorite company right now, but it's definitely a good company. You chose July. Do they have an earnings report in July? No, they don't. What do you mean? 120? What is going on, Advel? You're going the wrong way. I don't understand the confusion. I gave you two specific numbers. Why wouldn't you go there? They don't have $1 increments. You answered that they do. Okay, so then it's going to have to be 115, 110. That would be the one I would take. If you're taking AMD July credit put spread, that will give you about 12% yield on your risk. It's a snoozer. If you take the one that you want, the 120, 125, 115, you're collecting $120. So you're asking for a pretty big reward. You might make it. So you will make more money than me, and you will risk less money than me, but my odds of success are bigger. So it's a matter of preference. I'd rather risk more money at a safer distance, but some people are not. How about you can split the difference? Go to 120, 115. 120, 115. That will get you 80 between you and me. And your delta is... Where is the delta? Gosh, this platform. Seriously, dude. Where's my delta? There it is. Delta is 16, so it's not bad. Your delta is 21. Remember, 50 delta is a coin flip. The 120, 115 is the straddle with no buffer. Like mine is a straddle plus 1 standard deviation. Yours will be beautiful if the market doesn't correct. But if the market corrects, you're in trouble. Even if the stock is doing well on its own. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right. Okay. Amazon short-term call. Okay, Neve. Let's see. Short-term call. Again, Amazon, like today, short-term. Let's go with that. Short-term call. So Amazon is running into prior problems. Buy the dip to go short-term call. If you're fast trading, I would buy the dip at 181.20 or 181 to see if they curl back up and pop. That's for Neve. I'm specifically answering one person. You can buy a call here. Just make sure you put a specific stop in your head that will get you out. As far as targets, you don't have a lot of open gaps. Maybe 182.8. And if you take out the highs of the day, that's a catalyst to go much higher. So I don't mind the trade, but look at it. You have a high, you have a low, and we're right in the middle. If you're buying a call, you're guessing. If you're buying a put, you're guessing. From here to here, the bulls look stronger with the support, so they might burst up to the middle of the middle. So I see 182.5 hiccup, 182.8 hiccup. But if you clear the high of the day, boom, upside. And then you look left. You deal with these guys. Hopefully that helps you. Yep, you're welcome. You want a mini dip? Why? You short? Rusty, I'm glad. I heard you had an eventful couple of days. Good recovery. High five. Say hi to the wife. John, yes. That was not my idea. That was somebody that wants to go long. Hi, Kelpesh. Would you please repeat? I was at work. Okay, so the AMD trade was somebody else's idea. I just modified it a little bit. Credit put spread for July. 115, 110. And here's my take on it. If it comes under fire, I'll put it on the bottom right-hand corner as soon as I find my mouse. Okay, let's go to a daily. Let's say it comes under fire. 115. Okay, so what I would do, I wouldn't even defend it. I will face it, and if they assign me shares, I'll take the shares and sell the protective put, and I bet you I can break even or make money off of the trade. So 115, 110. It's still not my favorite stock, but it's a good company. Bitcoin testing key level. Yeah, so I have a few lines on Bitcoin and crypto, specifically on Ethereum and Solana. I'm watching for the next couple of days. That will also determine whether the market breaks down or not. I use crypto as an early indicator of risk appetite in the world. So when markets were falling out of bed, we used crypto to determine that things are not that bad. Stay long stocks, and that was the correct move. Look how slow-mo this thing is. They're like chug, 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 falling in 10 seconds and taking forever to recover. They are selling rallies, so you got to respect that on a longer time frame. For today, they're doing what they need to do to clear out the mess. I haven't seen a messy tape like this in a long, long time. Like what happened yesterday in the morning, and then in the middle of the day, and then that weird spike at the end of the day. What the fudge was that all about, right? Yeah. The algo flow is red, but at least it's improving, and there's no divergence, so there's no clues there. My thought on Ethereum is I had an alert, short term or long term. I own some, made a bunch of money on it because we bought it at 1,000. And my take on Ether is that it needs to recover. That alert yesterday went below this guy, which means if they don't get to 3,300 or 3,400, if they don't beat this candle and they lose this candle, the low from now, they're probably going to 24. But here's what I'm saying. They're selling rallies. Rally sold, rally sold. So here, let's put a big picture. So it looks like the base was here. They rallied and they sold. And then they rallied and they sold and made a lower low. And they rallied and they're selling and they made a lower low yesterday. Tiny. Is that a behavior now? And if it is, what if they rally again and they make a lower low? That's what I'm saying. That's the big picture. We got long down here at 1,000 actually. My last purchase in it was 1,000. So I'm not trading Ether. I would load up on Ether if it crashes again. I cannot wait for the next crypto crash. We did so well with this first one. I can't wait for the next one. Would I consider selling a credit call spread in Amazon 1 month out? Yeah, but have it be a green day, a super green day. It's easier to sell an SPX credit call spread a month out. Avoid single stock headlines. SMCI showing a pattern today. I don't know. Lou, let me know if that's... Yeah, you're welcome. If you want to specifically target Amazon, I can get you one. SMCI. Wait, I'm going to make these global. Hold longs in SMCI if you're an investor. That's one comment. Go down to 15 minutes. You have the base from yesterday. That's what you're trading long. And you have resistance at 736.4. More so at 750.1. And you have no reasons to go higher than that. But if you beat maybe 776, maybe you burst up to 813 or 832. I know that's a lot of information, but hopefully you wrote it down. But these are the lines to watch. All right, drum roll here. Tiny drum roll. Can you hold this little guy here at 5017 and take this guy at 5025? If you can, then you get to that circle. Good morning, lovely people. Getting in late, Linda. So what are you guys trading at this moment? We're chasing those white lines on my screen to see if they will come to fruition. The debacle this morning was pretty crazy, and we're seeing if this rally will hold the blue line, the second check mark. So we did 2 lines. And these 2 are still left over. And we're deciding whether they want to hold this or come back down to the blue line. So the one thing we didn't, that's what was going on, Linda. They were selling something. Maybe they do one more, maybe they don't. But if they do, that would be the long. They didn't do it yet. This is a head and shoulders that might bring you back down to 501.30. These are fast moving comments, but like you saw, we did slow moving trades as well. We can talk those all day. That's what I do. Like I'm going to try to sell that AMD put spread. My account is bearish, and I can deal with having one. Bullish trade. I need to share one with the Ultimate Group on Benzinga. VD, you're welcome. Have you multiple iron butterflies open for the next day? I don't do that. Oh, okay. Which one do you action first in the morning? I don't do that. Why do you ask? Whichever one you have, you should be able to manage both trades at the same time. If you can't manage both trades at the same time, then don't take both trades. Avoid the situation altogether. Oh, okay. More data. Okay. Thoughts on Penn? Well, I said Penn is a good company. I don't know what they delivered. I have to go read the report. Actually, let me go do it now. I said at one point, buy shares, half a position, and if it collapses to single digits, you can add the second half. Let's see here. Penn, where's your report? reported quarterly loss. The loss was 20 cents more than last year. This time last year, they reported. So they shrunk in sales. Okay, I don't see their forecast. They shrunk in sales. How badly is this stock hurt? And their profitability got worse, down 8%. All right, so if I got in at 17, I'm not adding here. Okay, that's one thing. So I think I said get in half, and if it falls down to 12 or single digits, add the second half. So for me, it's a no touch. If I ever wanted to get long, I would. If I ever needed a stock like this in my portfolio. The P&L is okay. They have brick and mortar and they have online, I think. Do homework on the business itself, like on your own. Like, I don't understand the business as well as some of you. Like that DraftKings, for example. DraftKings is this one competes for bids on Wall Street with DraftKings. Like if somebody's going to invest in DraftKings, they could also invest in Penn. So they're competing for the same money. Let's see what we can do with Penn. Is there a put you can sell? There's probably no attractive put. And if there is, you can just sell it and forget it. Yeah, so even if I go to September and I want to sell a put to own shares, the 12.5 put would be the one I would choose. It pays, this morning I would have done it. It pays $100. So basically you break even at 11.5. If you sell the $10 put, you only get $35. You break even at 9. So I would rather sell than September. If I really wanted to buy shares, I would just sell next January's at 10 and collect $80. So you break even at 9.8. Sorry, 9.2. Little brain fart there. 9.2. But I don't know where the market's going to be in December. So that'd be the only way I would trade that stuff. Nice work, Chris. So this is a disappointment that they went back to below these two candles. They did not need to do that. So now they risk at doing a new low. So maybe they haven't finished doing these scallops. They just made them bigger. So they're selling rallies, right? Check this out. Rally, sold, and a new low. Rally. We'll see. I'm very humble with my expectations here. We have so many question marks. Let's go check on the iron condor. It's still same metrics. The lower end on fire, the upper end played out. So overall, there's only like 20-cent loss. So that's still okay. Adnan, James, if the white line at 501.30 hits, and one is betting for it to go to 503, should one buy a 503 call? No, I buy the call at the money. For today, yes, but at the money. We've proven it over and over that if things go the other way, it holds up better. And if things go your way, you profit faster. Ooh, XLF made a lower low than yesterday. I mean, I'm happy about that because I'm short. JP Morgan, die, Mo Flicker, die. Oh my gosh, Adnan, this is explaining why I jumped on. Oh my gosh, dude, you need a college course. Kudos, man, kudos. I will speak your language. I just need the weekend. I can't do it during the week. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the work. I'm gonna open the picture. What I do is I open the pictures and I look at them after hours. I'm just packed. There you go, Adnan. Nice work. All right, so now here's the risk, folks. What this swoon caused is it put, let's see if this is a bear trap right here. If not, then what we just did is we just put a neckline where this is the target, and the target will bring you a new low. Okay, so I'm going to take those out so we don't clutter. Actually keep them for visual for a minute, and then we'll take them out. But this might be a bear trap. Let's bring in a few bears and then pop, and because now that they came back here, and if they come back and take that out, the target will not only get you this one and the one above it, might go even to 504. I don't have any indication supporting that. And the fact that the XLF just made a new low, I find that very hard to believe. But here, let me show you the XLF. We'll go to 5 minutes, 10 minutes to see a couple of days. You see? Crude oil made a new low. That's outstanding news for us, folks. Outstanding news for anybody using any fuel. I don't like what the XLK is doing. The XLK needs to break out of 197 or else risk losing 194. You lose 194, you're probably going to go down another $4. I believe the XLK is Microsoft and Apple, so that's going to change tomorrow morning. Higher lows on Tesla. That must be super, super tight. Caleb, I don't know what time frame you're looking at. Caleb, I'm going to challenge you. Zoom out to a 10-minute chart and say that comment. Okay, so here's the comment on Tesla. It has already moved as much as it normally moves looking back 30 days, plus almost 1 standard deviation at the low of the day. The 176, if it had gone to 175.3, it would have moved its normal move 30 days back and 1 standard deviation. And what's normal for Tesla is not normal for anybody else. So be careful being long Tesla here. I think it needs to be above 184, otherwise it's not going to be pretty. Now we have a head and shoulders if they fall back and they lose that thistle. So now this thing is super important to hold. I'll change the color of it to green. These were targets. I'll change these to yellow because they're still outstanding, like they haven't happened yet. I'm going to try to stay. Yellow is unfinished business, and white one is this. They're crossed. I'm going to try to stick to it. It's hard. It takes a lot. Okay, there we go. This is the highest point of volume of what you see on my screen. So that's what they call overhead supply on Wall Street. The abundance of transactions, which will cause a traffic jam, which will slow down the price movement, or tries to. The VIX is well off its highs. The advanced decline line is neutral, not committed. The gamma is all over the place, unless this spreadsheet, unless this page is not correct. I'm going to refresh it again. On TradyTix. Can anybody do me a favor inside the Discord? Can you go and let me know where the what is that called? Dark pools are. You guys know which visual I like. On the SPY, the higher level one. The gamma is all over the place. All over the place. You usually, okay, yeah. Of course it works. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. You rock. Look at that. Amazing. Thank you so much, Andrew. All right, I'll show you what I just asked for and what I got in like 30 freaking seconds. That's a resource we have in our Discord. So this gives you an idea as to where big money wants to trade the SPY. Let's see here. Where are we right now? 501. So this is not good news for the bulls. So think about it. We are here somewhere. So we're fighting for $25 billion, but we have 23. So they need to be above 505 to get out of this cluster of headaches. 505. So I will leave it here and refer to it. Dark pools is just a bunch of money that trades in other places than on like off-track betting kind of a deal. It's still betting, so it's actual action on the SPY itself. So if it's falling into a bunch of numbers like this, then it's support. And right now, how about I say it differently? If we lose 500, then we have a real problem, because all of this would be overhead supply. And right now, we have only one line of kind of support, which is 500, and 505, we would clear the hump. So that's a really important couple of days. No new super chats or members yet on YouTube. What are super chats? Anybody know what that is? Hit me with a super chat. What is that? On YouTube. Engage. Let's see here. There must be like something they can do with us. Oh, I can put markers on the stream. Interesting. Cool. Oh, money? No, I don't need money. Don't do super chats. Let's see here. Could we have caught Carvana using technical analysis ahead? No. Carvana's reaction is a complete coin flip. And yesterday I looked at the options. There were no clues as to which way it wanted to go. So I said I wouldn't trade it. I didn't even offer anything. Because if I don't have any conviction, I'm not going to risk my money. And if somebody said, oh, Nick didn't let me do Carvana, I didn't let you not do anything. It's just my personal taste is I don't put money on the line unless I have a real reason. And if somebody made money in calls in Carvana yesterday, they got lucky. That's it, pure and simple. We can prove it to you mathematically. And so I missed out on a 30% rally, big deal. It would have been, it's like me saying I missed out on not hitting the lotto numbers, or I'm not hitting the roulette numbers. Yeah, you get paid 36 times your money, 35 times your money, but it's a complete shot in the dark. Tesla seems to hold 177. Seems to hold. I don't know what that statement means. Okay, thanks for posting. You must be trading it fast, so I get it. My comment is more on the level stuff. So you're going to have resistance at 181 and 182 and change and 183. There's a chance of Tesla going to 175.3 today, but it's not that obvious yet. Let me put it in a different window. Okay, I have a different window. Maybe I can help a couple people trading Tesla fast. Let's go, Tesla. Come on, Thinkorswim. Too long, too long. In all fairness, my machine is stretched to the limits today. Let's go, Intel. You can do it. You can do it. All right, so the indices rallied and fell, and they're right now sitting right in the middle. Right in the middle of everything. Nope, Thinkorswim taking its sweet time. It still hasn't pulled up the data. I'll let you know once it pulls up the data, like next week or something. I'll send you a mail with a stamp. There we go. Jeez Louise. And nothing, no clues. No clues from it. Raz. David. Would you go long S&P for 3 to 6 months using the ETFs? No. And if I do, it wouldn't be by buying a call or shares. You could convince me to sell a put spread maybe. But here's the thing. If you have a thesis of going long, you're entitled to it. I respect the upside potential. The SPY, once we broke out of 460, the target was 530 to 560. So I can see it going to 543 in the next few weeks if Tesla or somebody says something to trigger a buy. And so technically I see it can happen. So if you take a long, make sure it's sustainable, like not naked calls, maybe a wide call spread, maybe a call butterfly, maybe a combination of a bull put spread and a bull call spread, so that you diffuse the out of pocket, and also set proper stops if it doesn't work. And don't go all in. Leave room to add later. Let me know that works. No, it's not Cox. Cox is doing this job. It's stupid Thinkorswim. Every time you change the ticker, it takes forever to load. There you go. Drum roll again. This looks like a marker that the bulls placed. I mean, the bulls trapped a bunch of bears here. But now they need to take that out. Otherwise, this becomes a problem. So there might be a small dip now. And if it doesn't come from here, then there wouldn't be a small dip. Whoa. Last chance for the bears for a small dip. I would not trade if I had to call somebody to make a trade every time. I would not trade. That's why I didn't take that XLY trade. The guy wanted me to call him to make the trade. I was like, you want me to call you to buy a call? No, not going to happen. Apple touchscreen? What? I don't understand that last one. Oh, using the app. Yeah. No, I would not call. I don't have patience for people anymore. Like in the service industry, it's become a struggle. It's rare now that you have a good experience when you call for help. I doubt it. I place a trade in 10 seconds on my PC. Speaking of trades, my only negative thing today is Micron. Hey, Humana, welcome to the game. Welcome to the show, Humana. Welcome to the show. Mongo is like, I'm gonna close Mongo. Oh, it expires tomorrow, and I'm like $60 away. I couldn't close it, even if I wanted to. Alta is red. XLF is reddish. Look at that, Neve. That's why the casino exists, Neve. There's a dip down to 501.80 maybe here. So this is where this is a bear trap. This might be a bull trap. We shall see. I still have hopes for this yellow bar and this yellow bar. At least the squiggly. Do you see Qualcomm stay up in the zone? Okay, Jeff, I don't know how else to say it. How is Qualcomm and recession tied together? The recession news travels at a slug pace, and Qualcomm trades like it's on crack. Yeah, so I don't understand a regression to the mean. Let's go see Qualcomm. What's your time frame? Oof. I don't trade no. So I don't trade the regression to the mean thing. What I do with it is I use it to give people a visual as to who's controlling the price action, and higher lows and higher highs. And what time frame are you talking? 2 weeks. So I don't know what that means. What's your candle that you're seeing a mean regression on? This is a daily candle. What's your candle? Hourly. I don't know what mean. I can't. So the way I would see it, look left to see if there's any resistance, and there isn't. So then now it's in open air. I leave it. I leave it alone. It does need to come back to 175, 174.8 if that's what you're asking. When, I don't know. So it needs to come back down to here, and that's it. The bulls are struggling. Planetary trend line. We'll hold the 5,000 level this week. If we lose the lows from yesterday, I don't think we hold crap. But that's a coin flip tomorrow. Tomorrow could be a 3% up day. I have no idea. We have Apple, we have jobs. It's a very unpredictable market, folks. Just exemplified by yesterday. Can you believe it? Okay, so now the advanced decline line is... Oh, my... God dang it. Okay. My son did not move the truck. Okay. You can leave him 6,000 messages, and it's street sweeping day. Made him money. Okay. He says it wouldn't start. Going through the alerts. Harmonic on 1 minute, 3 minute, bull on 10 minute, bear on 15 minutes, all over the place. And phase. End phase. We haven't looked at that in a few days. Ooh. Back to the 100. Yeah, I wouldn't touch this now. The earnings, the P&L is starting to look a little scary, so be careful what you're doing here. FSLR. Wow, wild action in First Solar. What else are we doing? This, if they take this out, and they should, the bulls are in charge. The advanced decline line is positive, trending. They should be able to take this. We should get that circle finally. The algo flow has improved. It's not green yet, but it's pretty darn close to the flat line. As far as gamma, the biggest magnet is 500, but where are we in the SPY? If we get to 503 point whatever, then the bulls have a lot of control. So the bears better keep us below 503. Otherwise, the bulls are going to go to 504.20 probably. So hold your calls for those two yellow lines, and you might get a little extra juice out of it too. Let's go. And that red thing you see on my screen, that ABC, the crab, the W I should say, this thing is null and void now. If it does happen, the target would be here. So be humble with that. I noticed the biggest open interest. Yeah, the open interest is supposed to die. The biggest chunks of open interest. If it didn't, it'd be the equivalent of a casino paying out most of the players. They don't. They pay out enough in order to bring other players in so they can lose money. Here comes the little green circle. Well, squiggly thing. I promise you, this thing is golden. Somebody on Discord said yesterday that they couldn't launch the screen share, like you couldn't see what I'm sharing on the book map. Anybody else have that problem? And if you do, can you check your mic? Maybe your settings are not allowing you to store. Like if you don't have a microphone on your PC, that might be the problem, because it is a voice channel. This is a bearish setup where they can dip from point A to point B and point B to point C. That's target 1. That shouldn't be yellow. Let's see if they can do it. This would be null and void if they hit the second yellow one. So we can call these two met. Now one left. What do we do here, Nick? I got distracted. Linda, we're chasing those two yellow lines. So if you're not, then you buy the dip of this red thing. Maybe they can curl back up and get to it. So if I'm not long and I want to go long from here to here, I don't buy a call now. I wait for this dip, maybe even somewhere in the middle of this one, for the curl back up. What specifically nullifies the crab? There's a stop out level above. You can go read about it, Jason. What I use is the whatever the lines it provides. And sometimes you just look left and you can see a cluster of things. Wolf, happy place. It's going to be a long day. Is today Thursday? Yes, yes. In case you guys are interested in learning some technical stuff, this red W is something part of, it's a study called harmonics. I know it sounds like Voodoo, trust me, it is worth every penny. It's about $1,000 to buy the software. If those of you who are coming to meet me this month at 24, 25 was it, or 23, 24? Anyway, Friday the 24th, I think. We have 2 days charting event for 25 people. We have 23 seats occupied. We have 2 seats open and about 4 or 5 people looking to fill them. The first 2 that come, they'll take it. I will share mine. You will have one for Thinkorswim, among other things. So about more than cost of the course is technical stuff you're going to be handed. If you go buy it, you will be paying more than the course. Some stuff is on TradingView too, but not the harmonics. Okay, 502.4 is a resting spot from the chart. 502.2 is a target from the red thing. Second target from the red thing is 501.60. The bulls do not want to get to 501.60, although it wouldn't be a destruction of that last yellow line. Hopefully that makes sense. to get a drink of water. What did I miss? Do I like shorts here? Only for that one squiggly red thing. I have not shared your Amazon credit call spread, so I can't. Apparently, this truck is not drivable by me. It's a full long travel. It's a desert truck. And I think the battery's dead, so that's why he didn't move it. So hopefully they don't drive by and give us a ticket today. At least there's no boat, there's no trailer, and it's only one truck on the street. We'll see. All right, so Amazon. Somebody's looking for an Amazon bearish position. If we go to June and you want to sell a delta, so 200, you're going to have to go to 200, Lou. You can do it $2.50 or $5 wide. You can go a little bit lower than 200, 197, but you know, markets are so-called under fire. So what if they pop a little bit? Push it. Oh my gosh. 36 and 35 or 37 inch tires? I don't think so. Lou, did you hear? I like the commentary from Linda. So I have to let you know that the gamma is starting to look one-sided. Are we above 503 yet? No. They need, oh, okay, so now they need to clear 504, and 507 is the highest gamma level. So don't be too short. Okay? That doesn't mean they go straight for 507. I'm just saying if they pop, they might rally pretty hard. So I'm going to give you an update on the iron condor from this morning. It's 50% of its maximum gains. If it's a big order, I would cut half of it loose. Lou, let me know you heard. Maybe I'll send it to you in Discord. Don't ever buy a Dell. There you go, Dell. You're welcome. Doing you a solid here. Trashing you on to the world. From somebody that uses computer extensively, don't ever buy a Dell. All right, thanks, Climber. You love your Dell? Good. I hate it. I hate it. Maybe it's because the most amount of money I've ever spent on a computer. I'll take a Dell over the Cybertruck. If you're on YouTube, you should know that there's a delay. Hey, the XLY is coming back to life. We just needed now to take a rocket ship to the moon. FXY, sorry. FXY. This was the wild bet on the liars from the central banks of Japan and the US. A Mac, not a chance. Not a chance. There is not a chance ever ever for me to get a Mac. How did I call the iron butterfly on Amazon? Oh, okay. Yeah, we did well with the earnings calls this week. How do I do it? Very easy. I look at the options chain and I see how can we screw everybody. That's where price wants to go. Sometimes it's clear, other times it isn't. Yesterday I did not see any clarity, so I didn't take any trades. The day before that I had a few. Are you seeing how they're tracing out the red mark like almost perfectly? That's the power of harmonics. Get ready to learn that in May. I'm telling you, come join us. It's a schmut ton of fun. Well, the idea is if we're tracking this yellow marker, they should dip. In here, there is a buyer, curl back up, and make a higher high and ruin this red thing. So I'm not saying we're going to get all of it, but if somebody wanted... Linda said, what are we doing here? I said, well, if you want to chase that, you buy the dip to see if you can chase that. And if it doesn't work, you exit. Until then, this red W, that's target 1. Target 2 is 501.60. And the advanced decline line is stabilizing, but it's in the hands of the bulls. It's up to the bulls to drop the reins. Assuming harmonic didn't officially form. No. This harmonic is fully formed, and it even had the circle, but this circle negates it a little bit. This one is fully formed. On YouTube, you can use it for investing in stocks, long-term, short-term. These are 15 seconds. The harmonics on 15 seconds are the guy that made the tool, who's been on our channel before. He says they're reactive. He uses the term reactive, which means you can't count on both tickers, on both targets. You take what you get and you have to overlay other things. For example, I'm overlaying the fact that the market is trying to hunt that yellow thing. So maybe they react off of target 1 to there, and also reactive off of the fact that we're falling into a heavy volume node. That's support. And also we know that there's this bar here below us, and that the advanced decline line is still in the hands of the bulls. So you have to overlay a lot of information. But if you get a harmonic on a higher time frame, like a daily chart, you can take a trade and have a lot of conviction, and you don't have to change your mind every 5 minutes. Those things are phenomenal. Remind me of the correlation between the TLT and the over market. Okay, there is no correlation between the TLT and the market over the long period of time. At times they go together or against each other. Right now they should go together, because if the TLT is rallying, rates are falling, and that's what everybody wants. They want Powell to cut rates. But then you hear the old school people, and they say stocks and bonds go in the opposite direction. Okay, so if I bet anybody here, Dave, you're a mathematician. Why don't you do a regression analysis on the TLT? Actually see if you can, if you find a mathematical correlation over a long period of time between stocks and the TLT, SPY and TLT. Are you guys seeing how accurate these things are to my squiggly marks? Super trend indicator. I'm for any indicator that works for you. I don't think I've ever used the super trend. I will pull it up on one of my charts. Yes, sir. Rip, what's going on? So this is a heavy point of volume. This is an area where they thought about things and broke out. target 1 is met. Target 2 is 501.60. When rates are lower, there is more money available in the market. Tends to make greens. Yeah, but there's no correlation between the TLT and the SPY. You want me to prove it to you? All right, let's do this. I don't want to mess up the screen here. All right, we can do it. We'll come back to the screen. SPY, 1 day. Actually, no. Let's go to 15 minutes. Okay, let's see here. I can't zoom out. Okay, there. So watch my screen. Okay, this period of time, they're going in opposite direction. This period of time, they're going in opposite direction. Here, they're going together. Here, they're going together. Together, 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 together. But for some reason, this period of time, they were inversely related. And this is just 2 weeks. This repeats itself over time. I promise. What is that? Most to TLT correlate. How do I read this? What are these numbers? The correlation is a mathematical thing. You can put it in a table and come out with a digit. I think it's somewhere around, a scale around 1. What is this -4 thing? Decline 1. What decile 1 includes all stocks. Yeah, I don't know what that means. This looks like a smart table. It's too smart for me. Okay, so the answer to whether the TLT and the SPY are correlated is yes or no. It's a mathematical thing. I don't need anybody from Wall Street to tell me that. You can put it in a table and come out with a yes or a no. I'm asking somebody that knows their math. I'll do it after hours. It's a yes or a no. They're either mathematically correlated or they're not. There's a number. And it pivots around 1 if I remember my math correctly. There you go. Oh, okay. No. Okay. I said it very clearly. In the long run, there is no significant mathematical correlation. You can't say the TLT and the SPY are inversely related or not. You can't say it. At times they are, and at times they're not. I just showed you a period of time where sometimes they're inversely related and other times they're perfectly correlated. So it's just what's going on with the sentiment. Everybody now wants rate cuts, so the TLT and the SPY should be friends. That's it. Over the long term, they tell you got to have 60-40, 60 stocks, 40 bonds. Why? If they're not inversely related, so they're insinuating that they're inversely related, you got to balance out your books. and risk appetite and risk profile. Anyway, I don't think you can make money saying that the TLT and the SPY are opposite to each other. For example, if I have SPY or stocks, if I have a risk profile of stocks and I buy the TLT in order to hedge my stocks, I think I'm making a mistake. I wouldn't hedge my stocks with the TLT. And that would be the only reason I would use that such a statement. It's a fruitless effort to do that. I mean, what's the benefit of finding that out? If I want to protect my stocks, I will protect my stocks directly, either with puts on those stocks or with puts in an index that actually looks like those stocks. Like if my stocks are general, I'll buy the SPY. If my stocks are tech, I'll buy the Qs. If my stocks are more like Fastly, I'll buy the IWM. Short term. Okay. So we got target 1 and 2 on that red thing. Target 3, believe it or not, you do not want to look at it, but it is 500.5. I'm eyeballing it. Let's see if I'm right. 2 ways of measuring that I've read about. 501.20. 500.3. This is the drum roll here. This is a really important 5 or 10 minutes here to come. 502.40 is important to regain before you lose 501.40. There is an open. See that guy right there? This one turns yellow again. That's a reason to come back on the downside. So they might come here. Maybe. Let's put them on here. Even down to here. Yellow means magnet at some point, like an imbalance. They left unfinished business. Now we have 2 on top, 2 on the bottom, and we're right in the middle. Oh boy, nobody wants to win today, which is good for the iron condor. Good job, anybody taking the iron condor. Yeah, yesterday, listen, folks, yesterday was very unusual. So if somebody's gun shy from yesterday, I don't blame you. That's why I'm recommending somebody close the iron condor from today. You won 50%. You can leave 50% of the win on the table. We're not guaranteed anything. Like for example, Apple. What's Apple doing today? It's up 1. Later today, I'm going to check into the options to see if Apple has any clues, body language, where they want to go tomorrow. We'll see if we can put a trade on it. And then we'll see if there's the opportunity to do like an iron butterfly on it. Too bad it's not a bigger stock, like it's not more than what it is, because then the iron butterfly would be pretty wide. If you lose 501.40, it's going to be bad news. 500.2, 0.3. These candles are nice and orderly. They're all closed up. They left not a lot of room up here either. So these look wild, but they're not. They're nice and orderly. They're slivers of reasons to come back, but there's no need. Versus here, they're not. And back here, they weren't either. They're not very orderly. So it's not all chaos. All right, so Lou, I sent you on Discord the answer to what you wanted. So here's the bad news for Amazon short term. If somebody's trading Amazon fast, I think somebody was. If it loses one of these two tails, you may end up at a level below here. So that'll be the low of the day. You have a tiny little head and shoulders ish, something that looks like that. So they're trying to draw a right shoulder wherever they end up. And when those play out, the downside is that much, which would get you back down to the low of the day. So this is just visual. Reminding you of the one we did yesterday on a higher time frame. If I go to 15 minutes, I think would show up. See that? The party hat they did, that one right there. We did this before the market opened. I said, what if? And they're still trying to decide whether they want to go down to here or not. And oh boy, if we went down to here, folks. Not good. Not good. But anyway, it's available. It's in play. And Apple needs a miracle tomorrow to avoid that. Because Apple is directly tied to the hips to the QQQ. So that is a big picture you need to worry about for tomorrow. As far as taking trades for today, like something slowpoke. We looked at a couple of tickers this morning. What were they? Oh, AMD. Somebody wanted to go long AMD through the July credit put spread. So I said, all right, if that's the case, I would sell a 115 put. It's a little bit greener now if they sold it there in the green. I'm not that crazy about it. I mean, AMD is a headline stock. I feel comfortable doing a QQQ credit put spread. This way I'm not open to single stock headline or an SPX. Very strong. What is your time frame when you say that? Very strong. The fact that it's plus 1.4% doesn't mean it's strong. It's getting tighter and tighter. Move coming, direction unknown. The wide, the reactions are, the pendulum is getting tighter and tighter. Amazon is not going to do anything outside this box, but once it takes the box out, it gets to 200 or 204. You have support extended through 164 and resistance above and a trigger. So I don't know what you mean by strong today. Don't let the scoreboard fool you. The scoreboard can be green and the bears can be completely in charge. I'm not saying that that's the case, but that is a scenario that we've seen here many times. For example, in this scenario, the scoreboard is plus 1.5%. And the bulls and the bears have equal strength right here. Why? Because you have higher lows and lower highs. And they're right in the middle of the range. So green scoreboard, but nobody's in control of this price action in Amazon. It's anybody's game. So the DAX closed flat. Oh, Larry, I see what you did there. Ooh. Larry's jeu de mots. Jeu de mots. I see what he's done there. So here's the thing about Boeing. If it goes above 178, she gone. I am long. I'm not adding. I'm not closing. So anybody stuck long Boeing, use strength to get out. The ARM trade we took is at 50% of max gains. Humana is doing well. JP Morgan is doing well. Okay, so JP Morgan is back to being 50% of maximum gains. Who was it yesterday that we said, we should have booked it? There's our chance. Book it. I don't know if it'll fill or not. It will fill. I closed one contract to see if it's there. So if you want to win and you don't want to fight with JP, that trade is 50% of its maximum gains, and it does close. It's only 2 days old. Outstanding. Okay, I paid $865 for the strike. I don't understand. Okay, so Bull Moose, I don't remember the particulars. You asked me yesterday. I have to go back and read it. I bought a 177 call on Amazon, down significantly. Okay. I have a follow-up question. I paid $865 for the strike, 426. When did Amazon report? 430. The stock price was about 179, even though Amazon has been up. It appears it lost a lot of its value on 429. Well, yes. It reported earnings. Right. So this person is asking what happened. Like, that's what happened. You bought it at the wrong time. Okay, that's why we sell. Sell, sell, sell. JP Morgan trade update. It has only been 2 days. The trade. So usually for my own self, when I'm trading, I prefer to trade slowly like that, like boring stuff. And I make them count. So if I take a big position there, I don't have to chase dollars everywhere. And if you do a few of these a year, and you sprinkle them throughout the year, you come to the same results as trying to grind it out and fight out every candle. I need to start logging my updates here. Good eye, team. Uncommitted markets in the short term. I'm typing, I know. I have thousands of people that need to read stuff from me that are not here. Okay. What was the JPM trade? Okay, we shorted JPM when it spiked a couple of days ago. I sold call spreads in it. That's a bearish position. So if you want to short a company, here's a mini lesson. And you can either short the stock outright. If you want to know how, in order to short the stock outright, you borrow shares from someone. You say, I'll take the shares, 100 shares, and the price is at $200. I sell them. You sell something you don't own. You're borrowing shares and you sell them. How is this legal? I have no idea, but that's what they do. You sell them and you put the money in your pocket. And now you owe somebody 100 shares. If you're correct, the stock falls. You buy back the stock at the lower price, and then you return the 100 shares. So you pocket at 200, you buy back at 190. I'm making these numbers up. And then you return the shares. The problem is, if somebody did that to Carvana yesterday, they have to go buy them back at 40% higher. And they're losing for as long as the stock is rallying. And the implied volatility is spiking, and they'll get a margin call. So, and if you get the worst, other than a margin call, you get a liquidating call where they just sell everything you have in order to cover your bet without asking you. And you go bankrupt, basically. That's not what we do. So the way we did it is we sold a call and we bought a call above it and we gave it room for error. And it wasn't a perfect entry. It popped just after I took the trade, but then the next day it dropped, and here we are dropping lower today. So it's okay to close it. Let's say you did 10, you'd have made $350 in 2 days. It's a short call spread, bear call spread, credit call spread, all the same. Oh, the levels, okay. I don't remember them off top. 1 second. $205, $210, June 7th. Reason why I went to June 7th is because the June monthly was only $10 wide. So I didn't want to put people with a smaller account. If somebody has a smaller account, then they would have to lock up $850 per contract. So if I go to $5 wides, they can lock up 400-ish, 450 per contract. More account friendly. How about that? They came to target 1, target 2, a little bit lower, and they're trying to bounce. Now let's see if the bulls have it in them to take that out. And if they do, that potential of upside potential is still available. The highest gamma level is 507. I just find that hard to believe. There are some things in the way, but you know, this is crazy talk. Here's another W, folks. So maybe we go to 502.20. So when Linda said, what are we doing? I said, we will buy a call on a dip. So hopefully somebody got into a call. Let's see if they can ride it all the way up to there. If you haven't done it yet, you might have another opportunity here. That's what the bull want. See how this one played out perfectly? You have another one here, but not that big. It's much smaller. Can I shrink this? I don't think so. Okay, so we'll delete it. Look at this. Check this out. Look, you saw me draw this earlier, right? I did not move it. Watch. It's all about math. I'll put it here to remind us of where support is. TradingView needs to work on its selection. If you hit control and drag, it selects stuff, right? Like I went from here to here, it selected this big box that's not even in this picture and not the thing I was trying to select, those two check marks that were there. It's inconsistent. Like if I do this, now it did it, right? It selected these two things, but that not this yellow thing. Where would you do a credit put spread for the QQQ? Okay, Faye, fair enough. I shall do it. I shall do it. QQQ. And this would be not market bias. What is your time frame? June, May, what is your time frame? Do you have a lot of trades in May? If you do, you shouldn't do another one for May. You should spread your risk across time. June, okay, you remember June gloom. That's what Wall Street likes to say. So make sure you have bearish positions as well if you're going to June. How about we go to the June monthly, or June 14th, or June 7th, June 14th. We'll go to the 14th. If I have a bullish portfolio, I shouldn't do this. But if I'm looking for some bullish balance things, 395, 395 credit put spread, the June 14th expiration. It has a delta of 14, so the odds are in your favor, 85-ish%. I don't know how much it pays, $55 or so. Let me see if it's liquid. Sometimes the non-big monthlies are not very liquid. I'll take a couple for you, see if it fills. 1 second. We need some red ticks for them to fill. $50 if you're not patient. Nothing scientific. 395. So let's see here. QQQ. Whoa, it's a lot of pictures. Okay, so that one right there, whatever that is, let's copy it. I'll write it up for you. Hold on. People on YouTube, this is not for you. I'm not recommending any trades. I'm just sharing what I would do should I be taking a trade that's bullish today to balance my portfolio that's bearish. Okay. Expect a dip down to 502.20 here on the SPY while I write this up. Markets. I already, in order to, let's see here. Ticker, QQQ. A member. I had requests. Okay, I'm starting to hate this keyboard. I had requests to go long AMD via credit put spread. I shared. You saw what I'm typing, right? Ticker. Okay. Open trade. Sell to open. Whoops. Sell to open. 395 put. Sell the open 395. Buy the open. I'm not reading comments. I'll get to you in a minute. Nope, that's wrong. Ha ha ha. Good thing I read it. It's 395, 390, folks. 395, 390. The credit should be about $50. And since it's in June, there's no rush. You can wait for a dip today. You can get more money. Got lucky on that trade. I usually step out in 50 to $100. Okay, Linda, nice work. All right, let's see what kind of comments there are there to ask. Selling credit put spreads. No, it does not, Arden. I disagree with that statement. Okay, so here's the statement. I mean, it's kind of okay in logic if you were selling strangles and straddles, yes. So to take advantage of the actual increased volatility, you're suggesting that we sell a credit put spread or a credit call spread or both. Well, I'm going to offer you this logic. So during, okay, so here's, let's take an example. If implied volatility is usually 50 on a stock, and then on a week where it, like Apple, actually let's go actually use the Apple example. How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? What happened to her? Okay, so Apple's implied volatility, I'm going to go to June, and I'm going to pick it. It's 35-ish, 27 to 35. Let's call it 28. And you go to this week's implied volatility, which is only 1 day worth of action. It's 85. So it's almost 3 times more expensive today. Like if this was a normal Thursday and I go to buy a call or a put in Apple, they charge me one value. But because this is the week they announce earnings, they're going to charge me 3 times as much for the same. So if I go buy a call or a put, tomorrow morning, I'm going to get whacked at the knees. On both sides, regardless of what the stock does, a lot of what I paid is going to start disappearing just from the bell ringing. Bing! That's funny, Wolf. And so how is it when you say that a credit put spread, it says buy something and sell something? Well, I'm buying something expensive and I'm selling something expensive. The fact that it's expensive, it doesn't matter. The relationship between the two is the same. The credit spread is the credit spread. I'm not paying extra for the credit spread. So the only way that works is if you're selling a put and a call without buying anything. But if you're selling a call and a put, and then you're selling, you're buying another call and a put to make an iron condor, you're buying 2 expensive things and selling 2 expensive things. Maybe you get a wider iron condor, but that's because it's going to be a bigger move. You don't get a bargain, and you don't get anyway, that's my thought on it. It does work with an iron butterfly, because the iron butterfly, you're selling at the money basically and buying way outside the money. So those will die to zero immediately unless there's a massive move. So I don't agree with that statement. The concept is okay, but the actual math is not. So what do I do with Apple? If I look to, like, if somebody's expecting a big move in Apple up, then you buy a call out in time and you sell a call shorter in time at that expensive rate. Let's pick an example. And this is not a trade alert because there's still half a day to go on with Apple, and things may change. So I would, let's say somebody wants to guess up on Apple and they want to buy the 180 call. So if you buy the 180 call for today, for this week, you're paying $75. Okay. So you go to June. The 180 call is 360. If that's too far, you can go to May 24th. The 180 call is $200. 75 for 1 day or 200 for 22 days. So you buy the 180 for May 24. That's not a recommendation. I don't know anything. I will look at the options later. I would buy the May 180 call that gets me long Apple, and I'm spending $200, and I'm going to collect $50 from selling the 180 2.5 call. So now out of pocket, I spent $150. But tomorrow when the bell rings, the call I sold that expires this week will die at a much faster rate than the one I bought. That's how that is diagonal. Sorry about that. Okay, so what are we doing? What is happening? Questions? BKNG. BKNG, I don't trade anymore. Let's see here. I don't understand why a company would spend so much money building a brand and then poops all over it. How about this? How about that? If it doesn't get a bounce fast, it's going to 3,200, maybe even 3,150. Okay, so they need a bounce fast. Old school head and shoulders. I don't take a bearish bet on the stock because it has a head and shoulders formation. If I do, I would short the bounce. So I tell you what, if it rallies up into 3,500, that's when you short it for that potential and you stop out if it doesn't work. If there's no, oh wait, there's earnings. Never mind. No touchy. That's tonight. Okay, we'll look at the earnings later in the day. Maybe we want to buy a cheap put. I got to tell you, one of my funnest trades ever was it Priceline? I think so. One time, this is a true story for those of you who actually trade options without looking at the options platform. It was a Friday or a Thursday, I can't remember. Thursday. It was a Thursday. It was a monthly. I haven't posted it, Peter. I wrote it up here. I haven't posted it. It's a credit put spread. There's no rush. We're falling. It'll be better in a minute. So I have not posted it. Okay, I shared it here and I wrote it up, but I haven't posted it. So if you don't look at the options chain, we have, you leave yourself blind. So one time I looked on Thursday, price line at the time. I'm going to use numbers that may or may not be correct. It was at 1105 or 1100. And I look at the options chain for Friday, which was a monthly expiration, and the last option was 1100. The last put available. The next put available was 1050. There was a $50 gap in puts. So I'm thinking to myself, who in their right mind would sell that 1100 put? It was 47 cents or 57 cents, either one of those, to buy it. So I said, we're going to buy that put. The next day, the stock opens down $15 or so. So the put went from $50 to like $13 immediately. So somebody that didn't look at the options chain would have sold that put blindly. And somebody that didn't look would have missed on that little nuance. It was a $50 bet that paid massively. So always look at the options chain. So before the bell rings, I will do a run through all the charts, all the tickers that have earnings. We'll start with Apple, of course. And if this one was reporting tonight, I will look at that as well. Peter, I know you're going to make the move. I know it. One of these days, I'll have you flip over. I didn't want to move away from Slack, but that's how they're pushing us. So the Discord is full of resources. Anybody that wants to join a group, it won't give you access to the live room, but it will definitely hear. I'm going to put it in there. It has a lot of tools, and we'll keep adding tools. And hopefully we'll add some training videos on those tools, but the community in there is fantastic. Feel free. I encourage you to share your trades in there. I know you have some pretty good trades. Were you here? Maffy, yes. Maffy, you're one of the OGs. I remember. You remember that? That was pretty insane. See, somebody just validated what I said about Priceline. Yeah, so for me, the management to switch names like this, from you spend zillions building your brand, and then I'm gonna change the name. What? All right, we have a stall, we have a high, we have a low, we're right in the middle. Later, Neve. They get bored, they want to create some action, the management. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, so I did share a bullish trade on the Qs, but that was really by request because I still see this happening, and if this happens, that trade will go under fire like right away. This is so I don't have to take a long in AMD, right? So that's how the trade came about. Somebody wanted to go long AMD. I said this would be the trade, and then I said instead of going long AMD, I would rather, if you force me, I would rather go long the QQQ. This way I'm avoiding bad news from AMD. And single stock risk. That's what they call that. Avoid single stock risks. Long day already. I'm running out of breath over here. Let's see. Let's go get some water. I'll be right back. Looks like I missed nothing. All right, we have a tiny head and shoulders here. So now we have a battle. We have unsettled business on top, those two little yellow scribbles. Actually, one was filled. So we have one up here. And those two yellow scribbles down here. Looks like the most recent unfinished business. Unfinished business is an imbalance in the candles. Think of like when they say gaps. Later. That's okay. You didn't get filled. We'll get it done later. What else? Excellent. What should we watch? Who's trading what? What are we trading? Something fun. Bonds. Wow, look at the TLT go. Holy moly. They don't know what to do. They're falling, they're rising, they're falling. Let's go to a 15 minute. So I'm long the TLT based on pretty silly logic, but I think it's not that silly really. Seems silly, but it's not. It has nothing to do with actual fundamentals, and it does have something to do with charts. So we have a very high level harmonic that says up, but the reason I'm confident that we shouldn't lose support, which is crucial to hold, is that if we do, something major has changed in the US, like something major. And I just can't see what it is. Things like full-out war, actual ground troops and airstrikes from the U.S. with a major country, which I don't see happening. We're too broke. So I don't know. So that's my assumption, that we cannot lose the TLT support. All right. That has been pivotal all day. Let's see if they use it as a bounce. You see it right there? And it was here and the center of this action and this cluster. And so 5016 has been pivotal. The gamma is pretty messy. The algo flow is trending down again. The advanced decline line is no longer bullish. So it's anybody's game. We have a high, 503.10. We have a low, 500.6. And we're right in the middle. You buy a call, you're guessing. You buy a put, you're guessing. So if you want to buy a call, you can make money from point A to point B being 5026. Then you can try that. If not, buy a put when we get there to see if we can make money from that drop back to where we bounced from and maybe down to 501.20. So that's not a bad path. Maybe they do this and somewhere here they find a seller and they curl back down and they do that. That's a possible setup. If you want to buy a put here, you can. Just make sure you're good with the stops and good with the scalps. In other words, I don't know if many people can make money from point A to point B here. That's a short one. But if you get it on the way up, first of all, you get the put cheaper price and you get a longer distance on the way down. So it depends on the personal preference there. Recapping, I closed my JP Morgan win for 50% of max gains. I was able to close a couple of contracts. And so by a couple, I don't mean two. So if I had a big position shorting JP Morgan, I would trim it or get out. Depends on your portfolio. I'm also shorted XLF. So this now, the money I made from JP goes towards making my XLF short slightly better. Like I have more confidence now to stay in my XLF short. How many days I have? I have 140 days on the XLF, 141. So I'm not in a rush to close it. I'm going to get caught off from the... no, not yet. Never mind. Let's see, actually. Can you generate the AIs of what? Let's see. What is it? Give me the idea. Yeah, we can generate it. Tell me. My patience is directly correlated with my PNL. Okay. Let's see here. Generate an image to show, okay, to represent this following statement. My patience is directly correlated to my PNL. But I have to give it. But first, let me give you context. These are comments from a stock trader. Let's see what it comes up with. There you go. Boink, pop. Let's see if they follow me. I'll try to create that, it says. Thinking hourglass. Your image is generating. Let's see what it comes up with. Oof. What the heck? Very abstract. Let me check. Oh, I may have changed the streaming. Oh yeah, I did. I'm sorry. It opens an edge. I can't open it now. It's gonna open an edge. How can I open Open link in new window. There we go. Yeah, okay, that worked. Whoa, creepy. I'll give you the first one. Add puts. Well, that was the plan, right? Not add. If you're tracking my lines, you should be getting bearish here. Yes. Whoops. Sorry, Kalpesh. That's not for you. And let's see what the second one is like. What is the statement again? I forget. My patience. Okay, the second one is okay. Copy image. The third one looks like God sitting at a desk. I'm not sure why he chose that. This one is good. This is probably the best one. The first one, actually, come to think of it, I see that. It is abstract, but I see it. I'm not going to even share the fourth one. Number 3, I figured. All right, let's see what we can do. Any questions from the YouTube people? Let's see. Jag X is a penny fund one. Yeah, I don't do penny stocks. Good luck. Are you on a 15-second? Yes, this is 15 seconds. Can we get number 3 on a t-shirt? You can. Just download it and order from T-Shirts R Us or something. What is that? Printful? No, what is the other one? Is that still in business? Vista Print? All right. Let's look at the indices. So I shared with you a scary trade on the SPY yesterday. I'm going to pick up, I'm going to check it out now, okay? So a few days ago, last week, when the market was in control of the bulls, I shared the idea of a target from a wolf wave that shoots to 543. That target is still there on a 1-hour chart, so a higher time frame chart. On a shorter time frame chart, there is a target that aims at, and it's a moving target, 488 or lower. So we have a short-term dip potential and then a recovery and a long-term pop. So if you think back to where I said, if they only drop the SPY to the 460 level, retest the neckline from which you broke out, you can get to 560 and maybe even 600 in a rebound rally. And it's going to take a while. So it's not the end of the world that we drop and rally. But they're not willing to drop. And the longer they hang out and hang out and hang out, once they drop, the drop will be much severer than it needed to be had they just moderated the dips. Instead, they're like toddlers. They hang up and they delay the inevitable. It's like when you used to get the bad report card and you hoard it, you sign it yourself. I'll show her the next time. I'll show her both. And then next time it comes out just as crappy, and now you have 2 crappy ones, not one, and you're blind. It's just bad. Okay, Etsy is tradable. The report was that they shrunk a little maybe or didn't grow, and management blamed everybody but themselves, it looks like. I didn't read, but the one headline that I read is challenging macroeconomic conditions. I disagree with that. They should just own it and say we just didn't do very well, but we have a plan on how to fix that going forward. So Etsy, it is tradable long. And if I'm long, I don't add. Look at that. That scenario was a while back. Let's delete it so that there's an area of interest down here from a while back. This pandemic area of interest, like when we popped in the pandemic, they left weak spots down here. So here's my worry about it. If you're going long, make sure to leave room for this, because let's say the market falls. Are you kidding me? Did you guys see what people on Facebook, people on YouTube, did you guys see this? How we do the loop? They go up and we might stall and come down. Mic drop. Where's my mic? That is not a mic. Give me a mic. There you go. Who makes this? This is a good brand. Hasn't broken yet. It's not actually a mic. It's a flashlight that looks like a mic. If you're looking to buy a quality flashlight, I endorse 7Z. Pretty freaking bright too, with a zoom. I like flashlights. Hasn't broken yet. Cha freaking ching. So Etsy is tradable. Let me see if I can find us a trade on Etsy. There's somebody that wants to catch the falling knife. If somebody's looking to buy shares, the best thing to do on a bad day is to sell a put. The only thing would have been better today is if the market was actually down a lot. Then your puts would be in fuego. So here's how I would trade Etsy. I would sell a December $40 put for 150 bucks. Which means I get long and I break even at $49-ish. Sorry, $39-ish. That's what I would do. December, but that commits you long for the end of the year. And let's see, something more moderate, July. $50 put, I would not do that. I would not want to own it at 50. The other one in between is September 45. September 45 put will get you $140. Let's see what if that's a real quote or not. It is. Buying power probably require to take out like $900. If you want to moderate your risk, you can sell a 45-40 credit put spread to start, and then you can sell the protective leg for September. But that means you have to live through another earnings report. And who's to say that we won't have a red market between now and then the stock falls another 20%, and it's just a shit show. Whoops, excuse me. Poop show. So I don't like the fact that management did not own up. If I'm long, I'm not adding Etsy. I guess I should go tell people. All right. I was asked about catching Etsy. The only support I see is from the pandemic, and I'm not happy about it. Okay, so this was perfect. So the red one was perfect. This yellow one is being perfect. If somebody took longs here, it's okay. You should just know that they're selling rallies now. Rally sold, rally sold, rally sold. So you should know that that's happening. This is a target, this yellow thing, and so is this one. How do I know? These are imbalances in the candles. So Tom, I told you to remind me when I see you in 3 weeks to harp on this one. It's an easy concept, and I know I can teach you in person. So we're going to get together in May. Go sign up. 2 spots left. 2 spots left. Here's a link for you two people. All right, so the bounce is going to hit resistance at 502. Let's see how strong they are. Switch to shorting pops. There you go, Linda. I also want to know how you find those levels. Steve, you're coming though, right? Is this Steve G? Yeah, so yeah, it'll be everybody, not just Tom. I gave Tom the task to harp on it if I don't harp on it myself. Oh, the link? Sure. We also, in case you missed it, we have Simple Stocks swag. We only have like a handful of each thing, so they're going to sell out. And when they do, they're gone. We're not doing more. It's a pain in the you-know-what. Wow, the TLT. ZB. Look at ZB. Earlier today, who was here early today? Who was here? I mentioned upside potential in the TLT, and I specifically mentioned ZB, and I said 11419, 1142. They hit that, and they went to target. They're going towards target 3, which is 11502. 11502. The high yesterday is 11506. I don't know how to say that number because it's not a comma, whatever the fudge it is. It's like coordinates. Is it 115.06 or is it, what the heck is it? Why do they represent it like that? Let me show you. Maybe one of you will explain it to me. I never bothered to ask. I always just went with the number. It's very reliable. I love that ticker. What is that number? So this harmonic, this turquoise looking thing, that's a harmonic on Thinkorswim. Target 3 is up here. Get yourself Thinkorswim if you're going to come in May. You can get that. See, they're selling rallies. Look at it. They're all those scallops from earlier today. Those ascending inverted scallops. I mean, those are not ascending. Those are regular scallops. These shapes. And then at some point they decide not to. But this looks perfect right there. Maybe up to here. I know, I was going to say, every time I say the word scallops, for me, I remember escalope. Escalope is basically very thinly, you hit the meat until it becomes really thin. You bread it and you pan fry it. Oh, delicious stuff. Now I'm hungry. It's different than regular scallops, but to me, I picture escalope. Scallops with butter and garlic. I don't know about that. This is where the bulls can take back control. 502.50 would make pretty good headway. 502.60. Then they could probably go to 503.60. Yes. No joke there. I'm not a fan of butter. All right, so we've talked about hunting point D. Hunting point D. Let me tell you what I see that might happen. Look at the upper right-hand corner of my screen. This is the RUT, which is the small caps index. All right. So when a stock does, whoops, that's not what I want. We'll go with that. When a stock goes from point A, that's point X, to A, to B, to C. If they don't take out this, they're in danger of hunting point D. And then it turns into a harmonic. In this case, it can be, I don't know, 1960. Let's put it here. And the important part is point B. In this case, it's kind of wonky. Would I consider this guy 1985 or 1980? One of these two. 85 was a good year. 80 sucked. But one of these two. So the point is, you need to break that by taking point C higher than A, and then that thing is busted. And that would be a harmonic. So what I'm saying is there's the potential, that's not how you trade harmonics. There's a potential of, if they don't at least take out 2005, to do this. And this being a pivotal spot of support. That process, we call it hunting point D, the point D hunt. Okay. Technically, I shouldn't be doing this. I should trade it up once it finishes. How do I eat a scallop? How about ceviche? Or on top of a nice fresh salad. Some lemon juice. This is where the bulls can really stop the bears right here. To me, this trade played out. Look how close they got, okay? Whether they come to this one now or later today, I don't know. But oh boy, you know, yesterday was wild, up and down. Let's check on the trades from this morning. The iron condor from this morning. It's 30 cents. I'm going to check on the options to see maybe we can get a clue as to where they want to be. We are at 502 and change. We are in balance. We have support. We're not going to easily fall. And if we do, we have support, okay? Support starts here and accelerate and becomes stronger at 500.5. That's from the options on the SPY. 503.7, the XSP. We definitely have support, and we have, if we rally $2 in the SPY, that's it. And then above that, it's a wall. And we do have 503.7. Actually, if we rally $1, then we hit a wall. And we do have support below. So we can fall 70 cents on the SPY. We can rally $1, but that's the range. So if we do that, so it's $7 below and $10 above in the SPX. Let's go to the SPX. Can we do an iron butterfly? 5037. I'm talking out loud for your benefit. 240502 expiration. What is current price? Okay, so 503. Then let's go with 25. And whoops. I'm gonna go here, 5025. And what did I say? $10 above? 50-50. All right, so a really, really tight iron condor, like really tight, that pays $2.60. Yes, $2.50 is between 5025 and 5050. So this is basically an iron butterfly that is an iron condor. So folks, if you don't know what you're doing, please do not do this. Okay, so let me tell you, Tantan. I'm getting delirious. Hold on. This is a really tight iron condor. Anybody remember the numbers? 50, 25, 50, 50. If the SPX closes inside this box, you make $250. 2.55 credit is what I see. That's an iron condor. It's not an iron butterfly. So you're risking 255. Let me give you the iron butterfly version. Okay, so we will center it around 5035. And if we make it $10 wide, you risk 150. If you make it $15 wide, you risk, take a $15 wide iron butterfly is 1155. So let's take this one, copy paste. And the iron butterfly break-even points are 5092. No, 5027.3. 5042.7. I'll explain this. And this is an iron butterfly, and it pays 11.6-ish. Why does it always go back to the center of the page? Why? Who designs the software? Be careful with your puts here. They might pop and beat those two and go to that one. Okay? Careful. This one is a trigger right there. That doesn't seem right. I guess so. I must be doing something wrong. Hold on. That is not correct, folks. That is not correct. There we go. Now we're talking. Hold on. That is not correct. Those two numbers are 23.5, 46.5. Okay, so the red one is an iron butterfly that risks $350, but is easier to win, a little bit easier. So this is a better deal. This is an iron condor, where you have a credit call spread up here and a credit put spread down here. So the iron condor is a better deal. Less money at risk, might be a little bit harder to win with than this one. These are today's expiration, yes. Don't do both, that's for sure. Pick one of those two. And they're both really risky trades in this environment, but at least your risk is $250. It's no different than buying $250 worth of calls or puts and hoping to be right. There's no risk of assignment. It's the SPX. And also smaller accounts where you find the broker closing out your trade midday. You go to close your trade, and if you did this with a SPY, you can mimic this with the SPY. But then you go to close it, and your broker has already closed it for you. All right, checking in on the account. Mongo giving back a lot of money, but so Mongo 1, if you have risk open with MongoDB based on my recommendation, it ends tomorrow. It's like a penny to close, not even maybe. Close it. Don't let them ruin your day with one day. How can they ruin it? I don't know. Some giant crash in Mongo tomorrow on some headline. The Iron Butterfly is on the screen. Oh, what is it? I said the Iron Condor is the better trade, but anyway, the Iron Butterfly is at 50.35, $15 wide. You can make it $10 wide and only make $150 risk, but then it becomes harder to win with. And this is based on the options data as I'm interpreting it for today. And I would not hold it through the close. We're not taking it to make all the money. We're taking it to try to make money. So if I make 50 bucks and I closed it and I left the rest of the money on the table, what's wrong with that? So the advantage of the Iron Butterfly is the maximum profit is $1,100. The maximum profit on the Iron Condor is 250 bucks. So you can make 100% of your money. The other one is like a hole-in-one in putt-putt. Doable, but are you willing to risk 350 for it? If you are, then let it rip. I personally would like to close risk. Like, let's say, for example, you were able to close the position and bank $100. In either of those scenarios, you made 100 out of risking 250, or 100 out of risking 350. That is an outstanding reward. Can I write it down? I'll say it again. On what? Which one? The IC. Credit call spread at 50-50. So I sell the 50-50 call. I buy the one above it. I sell the 50-25 put, and I buy the one below it. I collect $250, $260. So I'm basically betting that the price action is going to be inside that little blue box. The IB at 50.35 is the one that would be the equivalent to that. Based on the same information, I just looked at the price action inside the options of the SPY and the XSP. And it tells me that that's the area they're interested in. We have support below and resistance above. How long that lasts, I don't know. The IWM is starting to look frisky. Look at the upper right-hand corner of my screen. They're trying to break out. And that one has no mega caps in it. So maybe money is flowing into it in order to hide from Apple. Because here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow, Apple is going to open up or down. We don't know. Coin flip it. And it's going to take the rest of the tech with it. So maybe some money is hiding into rotation into small caps. It's not a maybe. The small caps are up 1%, 1.2%. The day feels bearish. You look at the scoreboard and it's bullish. Am I right? The day feels bearish. You look at the score, everything is green. Okay, this is where I'm going to remind you of something that I've noticed over the years. What is that something? Let's see if some of the old people here know what to say. Linda, this will concern you. And it involves that arrow that I just put in there, the trigger arrow. No, but good, nice try. Look left. No, the slanted top was closer to the truth. FOMO, no. Observation. There you go, Linda. Nice work. Okay, I'll tell you. If the bulls, in this case, have an easy breakout And that arrow where I put it, it couldn't be easier. And they have the momentum and nothing is going against them. And it's a green day and there's no headline, and they decide to let it go and go back and trigger a bearish headline, a bearish neckline instead. Forget about the day. Stop trying to game the day. It's over. So if they, instead of breaking out from an easy breakout, they go like this to this arrow, I think they're toast for the day. All right. So the iron butterfly is now flashing about 20 cents cheaper than when I said it. And the iron condor is still the same price. The iron butterfly is the easier trade and has more money. The iron condor is you're risking less money. So it's matter of preference. Chris, what do you mean post it? I've said it 3 or 4 times. Tell me what you mean post it. I'm not posting it anywhere other than here. I put it in pictures. Backwards? No. Which one? No, the iron butterfly is easier to manage. For me, it is. It is risking more in this case. One is risking 250 and one is risking 350. Chris, the trade is not for the faint of heart. Which one are you talking about? I mentioned 2 versions. One is an iron condor, the blue one. One is an iron butterfly, the red one. The iron butterfly involves selling a call and a put at 5035. In the same order, you buy a call above and a put below. Where you buy those calls and puts can vary. I choose $15 apart. So if I sold the 5035 call, in the same order I would buy the 5050 call. So $15 higher. That limits my upside risk. And I have to limit my downside risk by buying a put $15 lower, so 5020. So the order has 4 things. 2 sold things, 2 bought things. The net effect is a credit. At the time I mentioned it, it was 1155. So when I do one contract, I collect $1,150 to open the trade. If it all goes sour, I can lose $350 and that's it. And let's say the market rises fast or falls fast and it never recovers and I didn't have a chance to stop anything, I don't even close it. The bell rings and I lose $350. The way I win is if the close is close to the middle of my thing. Like with the iron butterfly, if they close at 5035, I make $1,150. But that's not the goal. The goal is to make 80, 70, and you're saying, what? You're leaving $1,000 on the table. Yes, but I made 80 out of risking 350. Who's embarrassed about that? Do the math. I'm never embarrassed about 20-25% return in a few hours. Chris, I just verbalized it. I'm not posting it in the chat. No, not today. Not today. I'll post it next time, tomorrow. Today I have an audience that I don't want to share that with because I don't know them. But I just verbalized it. You're welcome. Do it on paper. Are you on E-Trade or Thinkorswim? You can paper trade. Do it there. This way you're practicing. There's that trigger again. That should be a no-brainer. Boink! And they're gone. Why are they so hesitant? Right? So I'm looking at the advanced decline line and let's see how frisky it is or not. I mean, it's neutral. The VIX is not perky. The bulls are in charge. A basket of 2,000 stocks are up 1.2%. Where's the hesitation? Why aren't you going doink? Robinhood? Yeah, I don't think Robinhood has a paper trading account. Maybe they do. I'm not sure. At some point, you guys need some other platform than Robinhood. I have a Tilray, a $250, $3 put. Yeah, Tilray. Can take a look, sure. TLRY. 1 minute. Oh my God, what a mess. So $2.03 is a buyer. 2.02 is a buyer. So what? I don't know where you bought it. 2.5. Put. Is that a debit? I can't read it. There's my emoji is right in front of it. What do you say? What is it? A put what? Debit put spread? You're playing spreads on that thing? Okay, so when a stock is $5, I don't trade options on it. Because if you're looking to buy calls, it's $5. Just buy the shares. So I don't know what the put position is. Yeah. Delta 40, your chances are 50-50 basically. 60-40 to me is 50-50. Very good customer service on what? On Robinhood. Those are the same people that physically robbed their clients. They physically cheated their clients to make money for their overlords. Thinkorswim has the best charting, and they're free. Everything's free on there. And Tasty Trade has the best potential. It's new. It's got things I hate, but it's built for option sellers. If you like to sell options, you will love Tasty Trade. I'll give you a referral code so that I can make millions off of you. Hold on. Don't feel a pressure to use my code. Where is it? Oh, come on. There it is. The platform is fairly young. Oh, when you sign up with them, there's a checkbox or a radio button or something that says, I want the works. Like you want all the permissions. Make sure to check that. If you go to apply, say at Thinkorswim, you will have to answer like a 20-page questionnaire. And you have to tell them how many years you've done options. And you're going to have to lie your teeth out in order to get the permissions you need. Because the platforms will not give you options unless you've done options before. So how are you going to get started? It's like they force everybody to lie. Well, at least with these guys, they don't force you to do that. They say, if you want us to open it up, we'll open it up. Looking to trim Apple into earnings. One call or 100 shares. I have 550 average. Cost 166. Okay, so if you're looking to trim, why not sell covered calls? Like aggressive. Or trimming before the earnings, that's outstanding. Some people sell calls to buy puts, but I don't want to force you to shed your shares. I don't use TradeStation, so I don't know. Do you know around what time the charting events begin on Friday? Yes, I do. 9 to 5, both days. But we do serve breakfast at 8, I think, or 8:30. So people usually congregate starting 8, B. Who's B? You want to sell covered calls. I usually sell 0.2 delta, 0.22, 0.25. But that depends on what's your tax situation and all of that. Where can you sell Apple? Is this your stuff and do you need it? Who's B? What's your name? Straddle on Apple. You want to buy a straddle or sell it? For June 7th. Okay, that's better than now. Buy it. Okay, see if you can sell the one for tomorrow. So you basically do a double diagonal of sorts. So you buy a straddle, sell a strangle. What the heck's going on here? Whoa, now we gap up and down. Was there like a report at 10? Was there an auction report? So the bulls got the juice they need. They just needed a headline. We can't trade without headlines anymore. Was there an auction report at 10? That's at 1, 10 my time. If you're opening a new trading account and you want charts, Thinkorswim is better. You can open both. You can chart in Thinkorswim and trade in Tasty Trade, which is what a lot of people do. I don't think, no, they don't have a paper trade on Tasty. They both are, the same people built both platforms. So the people that built Thinkorswim originally and sold it are the same people that built Tasty Trade. So they're very similar. All right, so we've already hit that target. This is a big moving average from a long time. Are you aware your bookmap channel plays commercials? Yes. We can take those out if the system works. For now, we're going to have to live with those commercials. It's like 30 seconds every 20 minutes or so. Tasty Trade just gives you access for options on request. And when you open the account, there's a checkbox. You say the works, and then it opens it up for you. It allows you to sell calls and everything. Nothing beats Thinkorswim charts. TradingView and Tasty Trade have nothing in common. TradingView is a charting platform. Tasty Trade is a trading platform that has charts that are okay. In fact, the charts inside Tasty Trade might be TradingView. Like the one in Benzinga Pro is TradingView. I may have introduced them actually 10, 11 years ago. Yeah, the charting in Thinkorswim is all free unless you buy premium stuff on your own from third parties. And it's pretty flexible. You can build it out and shrink it however you want. The only thing is the speed of it. It's very laggy. It's old. So it uses, I think, let me see if I can explain it correctly. It doesn't put, like right now we have our computers that have multi-cores, multi-threads. This guy is one channel at a time. So even though your machine is super duper, this thing can only use one part of its brain. So in order to go around that, you have to open multiple instances of the same program. So each one of them will use one road. So you're using all the cores and all the threads, but in multiple versions of the same program running. So I've said it before, I open up everything I want in Thinkorswim and it lags. So I save it and I say, this is my base. And then I close half and I save it and I say left half. And then I reopen the base and I close the other half, and I save it and I call it right half. So the next time I want to open Thinkorswim, I open the left half and I open the right half. So I'll have two different versions of it running at the same time, and they both run a lot faster. In fact, I break them up into three. What is Mumu? Okay, let's look at Iron Butterfly, Iron Condor. Let's see if they made any movement. Nope. And nope. Still no progress. Because we moved up a little bit. See how the price action now is at the upper end of both? What do we need? We need time passing, or it staying in the middle, or it falling back towards the middle. Mumu is a trading platform? Yeah. Not going to open an account in a company called Mumu. Is it US based? Never heard of it. Are you sure it's not a reseller of third party? Because there are companies out there that can, you can package, white label. Okay, this is the official touch of the yellow one that they kind of almost touched last time. You mean in Vegas like 3 years ago? Or 2 years ago? Wow. Okay. So here was the statement. I said buy the dip to go to that. They went to this and they went to that, and they're trying to get to this and they left this behind. That was pretty dumb on their part. Let's see if this one is meaningful enough for them to come back here later today. So if you wanted to buy a put here, you can. You're fighting the fight though. Let me see here. Let me try something. Hold on. Let me get some clues from Tradietics. Remember 507 was a magnet up there, but there's a bunch of stuff in the way, and that would be some shocking moves if they go to 507. I mean, like shocking. Let's see here. SPY 5 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. Get some clarity a little bit. So yesterday, oh, okay, I guess it wouldn't be more shocking than yesterday. Why is this happening here? That's twice. I come in here and it does that. Okay, so this is the big picture. Area of interest, that we can take that out. That already happened on the way down. It played out. That was awesome. Yeah, if you bought a put, that's the right thing to do. You might get 502.80, maybe a little bit more. If you have calls, I would exit. How about that? And if you want to buy better puts, 506 or higher, better puts. Team, yeah, I thought I went long. Did I? I don't see it. I know we talked about it. I know we priced it, but I don't see it in my portfolio. Too bad. Whoa. All right, so here's what I think will happen. Overnight, Apple will pop a little. The QQQ will be green tomorrow. The IWM will be red. What do you say? Give back the winnings of today and goes a little bit lower than yesterday. That's one scenario. So now there's some downside pressure if you're considering the price action in the options. They don't always prevail, the options sanity, but we should give them, we should look at them every day. The algo flow is definitely bullish, not divergent, it's just bullish, and it's above the zero line. The 0 DTE GEX is pretty crazy. So now I think the trade is from somewhere around here down 1 and 2, and the second one, this is target 1. Target 2 is down here, which is a stretch. Let's see if they left any opening open. Yeah, so they need to come back to here, to here, to here. Unfinished business, and one above it as well. So this one is dead. We got it. This one has been pivotal. I'm going to move it here for a visual reference for me. Like, it's not a target anymore. 503 puts for the SPY tomorrow. Expiry showing 293 thoughts. Well, okay, Darwin, if you're trading it for tomorrow, then you're coin flipping tomorrow's open. If you're trading, if you're trying to trade these arrows with tomorrow's put, I think you can still trade today's puts better. You will get immediate results and you risk less money, but it's fast. But if you're betting on tomorrow's open, that's fine, but it's not my thing. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow. So you remember the other day, we had like a CPI report, and we said, and the day was negative, and a whole bunch of people said, whoa, I made so much money on puts. And then at the end of the day, I made a comment that may have upset people. And I said, if you made money on puts today, good job. You nailed it, but you got lucky. And if you lost on calls today, tough luck. You got unlucky. But that day we made money. We made money from the open. And I said, we made money, but we weren't lucky. We made money out of skill. Because we bought the dip after the drop, and then we faded the top, I think. I don't remember the details, but we made money from trading the action after the fact. So, yeah, it could be easy money unless you're super gosh dang lucky. Like we used to have a guy here named Ryan, if you guys remember him, and he would always come in and he would, the impression is that he nailed every earnings report, and he didn't. His record may have been 50-50, but the ones that he nailed were so high profile, and he would buy pennies and then make dollars on the pennies. So the impression is that he got rich doing it. You can't get rich doing coin flips. You must be the luckiest SOB on the planet. If you can get rich from doing coin flips, you can go down to Vegas and then just sit at the roulette table and play red and black, even and odd until the cows come home. No, Ryan turned out to be a little less than upstanding citizen. But no, he left and he started his own thing, I think. Just like everybody else tries to do it. They think it's easy. They start out and then they figure it out. It's like, holy crap, this is like very taxing talking to hundreds of people at a time, all day, every day. Yes, if you don't love it, you're not going to last. Many have tried. 12 years. 12, 13 years. Corey is having a good day. Did you sign up, Corey, for May? Yesterday I saved you money. Then next time you go shopping at Costco and there's a jar that says donate to the children's fund, donate a few bucks. That would be good. Oh, nice. So let's see. You're at what, 25, 24, 27, 36, and you still say "ama"? You talk like a Gen Z. What's going on there? Good for you being young. You're a millennial, in case you don't know it. I heart millennials. They used to bother me until I saw what came after them. Holy moly. Millennials are amazing. They keep me young. All right, Frankie. As long as you don't act like Gen Z. My son is Gen Z, but thank gosh he is not a Gen Z guy. He is an old soul. A bullish call is not an obvious entry point here, friend. Man, this 15-second chart looks like it's standing still. Let's go to 5. Let's stir up the emotions a little bit. Let's go. The SPY is halted. Who's got the remote? Unpause, unpause. Hey Google, unpause TV. Nothing's playing right now. In case you don't use audio to control your TV, so my TV is like old enough to be not a smart TV, but I have a Google Chrome connected to it. So I don't even know where my remote control is for the TV. We just use audibles for it. It's beautiful. Volume and everything. Am I buying puts? Well, if I was trading fast, I would expect a dip here. But the bulls are in control, and this trade is available. Yes, I would be holding puts for this. It's difficult today, but that is the trade. And you put stop out, and the stop out is, unfortunately, I would tell you levels, but look at how it looks. Let's say you're long here. Your stop out level should be up here. That is way far. If you can withstand that much pain, that is your chart exit. And let me look left. Ooh, I hate that too. It's a tough call. I would advise you, well, I wouldn't advise you anything, but if it was me, I would make my decision based on how much money I'm losing. Like if I buy a put and it costs me $100, I'll put a dollar amount that gets me out. Because that red box, there's a fail level just above it. This red box works on that red W, but not on the levels on the chart. Nvidia gaining momentum. Well, the whole market is moving in unison. Nvidia, XLI, XLF. Look at it. It's all the same. Alphabet. Even Apple is approaching the high of day. I think, here's what I think. I think when Wall Street finds a honey hole, they go to it over and again. The honey hole for Wall Street right now are these flash rallies and dips, and they're getting away with it. Has anybody talked about this stuff on CNBC? Like, have they said, what was this unusual spike and dip? How could that have happened? Have they explained it away? If not, that means that there's a hush-hush. Let us milk it. They're blatantly cheating. Just bought my first Roku this week. A Roku. Oh, need to stream some stuff on an older TV. I have, what do I have? You know what's better than a Roku? A TiVo. Last year or 2 years ago, Alphabet, the company, I'm saying it so that my phone doesn't wake up, offered a free, the newest, snazziest 4K TiVo streamer. It was $50, and they gave you $50 off your bill. I took them on that offer. That thing rocks. Way better than Roku. I don't know what it's called. It looks like a small gum box. like the extra packet, the wide and flat. It's beautiful. It works well. I'm watching Nvidia. 122 is a problem from yesterday. Not that's the XLI. I'm sorry. Nvidia is 880, 870 is a split from the last 5 days. If you look 5 days, I don't have it on my screen. You can have as much action above and below 860 to 865, 870 area. So they're coming into a pivot. It's not going to be easy to bust out of it. You can celebrate a win when they cross 889, then whoosh up. Okay, so let me go back to the write-up. I need to send out a message to the people. I'm hesitant to give them a QQQ. All right, so uncommitted markets in the short term, even though the score is green. The week is so far red. Going into the Apple earnings. After the whipsaw, tomorrow morning we will open. The open will depend on Apple coin flips. Okay, let me check on that trade. Yep, that still works. Preview. I'm on mute, basically not talking, not reading either. I'll read the comments in a minute. I need to catch up. 1 second. One second. Okay, I think my obligations are done. All right. Oh, we went through it. Wow, Wall Street. Wow, Wall Street. Look at the bond market. Whoa. So that's target 3 on ZB, 11504. I just showed you a picture of it a little earlier. I don't remember seeing 3 targets filled on that thing in a long time. Long time. If you shorted at the top, good job. I was not looking, so I missed it. And as far as the Iron Condor unfazed, the Iron Condor is at max gains. Take it. After all this mess, get out, take it. So I wouldn't mess with it like the last 15 cents that you're trying to eke out of it. Just take it, max gains. And now it makes all the gamma exposure is from 504 to 508. 504 being the strongest. So they just scratched the gamma itch right there. They have room to go anywhere they want on top, anywhere. It's like somebody read the Apple report ahead of time, okay? Or the jobs report, which is more likely. Apple is pretty tight-lipped on its things. But they touched the last line, so they gave us all the yellow lines that we marked this morning, except this one. Wouldn't it be fun to go back to this one? They did that yesterday. So if somebody took a put based on this, and I specifically said stop out based on dollars, not the chart thing, and because I knew there was a fail here. Look left, there was a prior fail. So I don't stop out into these usually. But this late in the day, you might be down 50% on your call. If you're okay with that, then I would not have stopped out. It depends on how strong a stomach you have. Is the iron butterfly still good? The data is still the same, so it's better now. If you start it now, you collect $1,220, $1,230, so you collect more money. Right now, it's only down $60 or $50 or $80, depends on how much you collected. The Iron Condor, the blue box on the right, is only down $50. So if I'm starting them now, I would be risking less. The data has not changed materially, so when you say are they good, is the odds of success good? They're still the same. The money at risk is less. So I don't know what is good for you. Everybody's different. What happened? Somebody sneezed somewhere, Adnan. I don't know what happened. You know me, I don't listen to news, so I have no idea. What happened is what happened in the morning? Why did we fall off a cliff in the morning? Here, folks, seriously. So here's yesterday. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Nothing. Wall Street is having its way, and the SEC doesn't mind. They're just beating the schmutz out of people at home. They're just, imagine the millions that people are losing at home. If you're not trading the futures, or if you're not a momentum trader, oh boy, are you at odds. By the way, new people, you're going to lose my screen in a little bit. Don't disappear. That happens every day. I get kicked out after being logged in 6 hours. So I'm going to disappear in a little bit. It'll be literally maybe 2 minutes until I log back in. So don't freak out. All right, so how about this scenario? We go back and finish this yellow thing down here. And we go back to 501. If not today, tomorrow after Apple. If they lose this area, that's the downside. So we go back to this guy. We need to... This candle needs to be revisited. Same with this candle here. So let's see if they do it today. This is not more impressive than yesterday's pullback. This is as impressive as I've ever seen. These two things is like almost like the flash crash upside down. Yeah, but look behind it. Look, every day is like that. Up, down, up, down. Up, down, up. So overnight, we were up here. We're still not beating overnight. Look at that. Overnight high is right there. You see that on top of my screen? And there's this whole yellow thing that needs to be revisited. So maybe they go there and tomorrow they fall with Apple. I have no idea. All I know, in the next few days, they're probably going to come down to here and they're probably going to go up to there. Maybe they do it after hours today. Apple reports and the QQQ goes plus or minus 2%. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, speaking of, I would not leave any trades open for today's expiration. For example, if you bought calls and puts on the SPY or the QQQ or even the IWM, and they're within $2 of current price, close them, long or short, I don't care. Because you saw how much the SPY moved after hours the other day. They would have assigned you something. Because they can assign you 2.5 hours after the fact. And when the bell rings, the SPY trades do not die. The SPX trades die. The XPY trades do not. All right. The people on YouTube, we've had people last 30 minutes, 32 minutes. That's pretty impressive. Way to hang in there. I can't engage with you on YouTube because that's just too much attention. If I see it, I'll answer it, but I'm missing a lot. Sorry about that. Sold 3 Intel, strikes 95% profit. Sold it. So you have 5 cents left on it. When in doubt, just partial close, buy 1 or 2 back, or close them. I mean, it's up to you. Do you need the margin? Take it off. Are these covered calls? Good job. Good job. So just log it. Heather, log it. So Heather just sold covered calls on Intel stock or share or calls. Whatever she paid for the calls or the stock now is cheaper. Right. I remember that now. Okay, good job, Heather. So let's say the entry in the stock was 35. I'm making it up. Now it's 20 cents less. And she can rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Better done on up days. I didn't look to see if my son got a ticket. Let's go check. Doesn't look like it. I'm a winner already. All right, somebody's asking, how do I put stop losses? I personally don't put mechanical stop losses, but the method, like the logic, here I can offer the logic. The logic is, the easiest way is when I spend some money for a trade, up, down, sideways, it doesn't matter. I dedicate a number. How much am I willing to lose before I call it quits? And that number supersedes the chart. So let's say the chart still looks good for me and I've lost that number and more, I'm out. That's the easiest way. You can put $1 or 1%. It doesn't matter. Now, when I have a specific chart pattern and it's do or die and the risk is not a lot and I'm okay losing all of it or most of it, then I would set the exit, stop loss or stop gains based on my chart. Like in this case, I would have said, I would not stop out up here because of those fails, the hard fails to the left. So this red box would be up to here. Okay, so like if I spent $50 here and I'm trying to capture 200 from a drop to here, I would sit in it. Okay, because it's still viable and it could happen. If I had a credit call spread, I would sit in it because all I need is just stabilization. I don't even need a drop. Time isn't a factor. The shorter the time period, the less brave I am. My bravery is inversely related to time. EL Estee Lauder, you're long a call or you're looking to get long a call? What is your time frame? What are we doing here? You should have caught the falling knife here. I wouldn't buy a call now. Give it some time to mature. I think 138 area is difficult. I would be more inclined in selling puts and put spreads than buying calls. But if you do buy a call, like I said, just put a stop loss. How much money are you willing to risk? How about a call diagonal? You buy a call out in time and you sell a call shorter time frame, thereby reducing your entry cost. And then time is your friend-ish, less of an enemy. That fourth octave, 100, which is very significant, red line. Okay, let me check. How do I use this information? So this is a pivotal zone, is what you're saying. The bottom part of the whoosh. Yeah, this is the battle zone right here. Whoops, there we go. I'm off the screen. Haha. On YouTube, I'm still on, but not for these people here. I told you. Right in time. Reshare. I wonder if it's going to let me share. Oh, that would be a bummer. It does. Outstanding. Because I'm sharing 2 screens already, and that's the third one. Fourth April. Whoosh half of its value. Put on 180 degrees. Inverted. No, it doesn't yet, because I haven't read up on the stuff you gave me. So it will once I read it up. Chop, chop. The advanced decline line is not super bullish for the last 15 minutes. So let's see if that makes a difference. 504 and 507 are big magnets from gamma exposure. If you don't know what that is, it's just horse pucky from Wall Street, but hey, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The RUT is stuck. That thing I said up here earlier, was it a 15-minute chart or 5? That one is still in effect. Wait, something is not right here. 2007. Oh yeah, it's still in effect. That point C has not exceeded that one, so that scenario is still there. NASDAQ guidance for the remainder of the day. No, let's go check on it. Oof, what the fludge. I'm going to go to my levels from this morning, okay? I had 17,481, 17,380, 17,398. Looks like they went to 17,391. So they used my support to the $7. So I said 398 would be support, and they bounced off of 391. So that was solid. What did I say resistance was? I think that's what Rusty was talking about earlier. 17,794, 17,6. They haven't gone close, I don't think. Yeah, they have not used the resistance. All right, so guidance for the rest of the day. Let's check. 15 minutes. 5 minutes. Same scenario as here. They should drop. I would not hold calls. I would not hold calls on the 5-minute basis. This is a 15-second chart. So what does that mean? It means that I would short rallies or book my profits quickly if I have calls and expect the whoosh potential. Gold as in the metal gold or Barrick gold? So I would hold QQQ puts for the next 30 minutes or so. I would short rallies in gold. So it's a matter of time frame. I have lower highs bumping on a floor. So rallies into 215 should be met by sellers, 216. They left some unfinished business up here, so at some point they might go revisit. Let's put it this way. If they go up there, I'll short gold. I would sell a call spread again. And I can probably start shorting from 216 to 220 via credit call spread for the curl back. And there's a void in volume below. So gold is like, wow, look at Amazon Gold. Gold is a meme stock right now. Everybody loves gold now. And it's breakout in all-time high territory, so it's a very bullish chart. But it's risk appetite. So for example, I think crypto by tomorrow will make a lower low than today. There's a chance that BTC USD that we will lose this support from today. And if we do, I think that speaks to another, 6% drop in crypto, Bitcoin, if we do. And what would that do to the risk appetite of assets everywhere in the world? Because this one is the riskiest asset there is in people's minds. Oh, yeah. I would not hold calls, folks. Put NDX puts. Those probably are the most fruitful, but huge money right now because of Apple. Good grief, yeah. $2,700 for today's put. No way. So XSP, if you guys don't know, is a baby SPX. So it is an index, trades like an index, cash settled. You won't get assigned anything. You will get an email that you got assigned, but there's nothing to be assigned. So if you buy a $70 put at the money and the SPX, SPY does, then you don't even have to close it. Or if you left it open after hours, that's it. There's no assignment after hours. Let me see if the XSP says any different. Okay, 1 second. And has good data. Not very liquid, but good clues. A lot of support. 503. I think we have 40 to 60 cents of downside on the SPY right now. Downside pressure from options. They're not being ignored. There are other things being played out on the higher time frame. There's downside pressure. This might be the next move here. It should be, but they're bursting up and down. Like this burst came out of nowhere. That's freaking insane. And look at Amazon going ballistic. So who's the next catalyst? Apple breakout to 175.4 today before the earnings? I mean, that's a possibility. Alphabet is almost... The mega caps have been very quiet. They have the mathematical power to make and break the whole market. The top 6 mega caps are probably 50%, 40 to 50% of the whole NASDAQ. Okay? So if you want to trade Apple earnings options, I think I would rather you trade the Qs. You won't win as big, but you won't lose as big either, but you will win and lose. You will get your trade a little bit milder. Tiny head and shoulders if you squint. You see it? Squint. Squint. This is a make or break 15-20 minutes we have here right now. Make or break like on a small time frame. Like right now the bulls are in charge. The bears can swat the reins out of the bulls' hands. They can't take it away, but they can swat it away. Look at the FXY. Interesting. It flashed high overnight, like complete out of the blue. It went from 58.8 to 60.4. And that's currency, folks. A currency ratio between the Japanese yen on top and the dollar on the bottom, US dollar. I'm long that and suffering in principle. I didn't actually take the trade, but I thought it would be a long, and my trade didn't fill. And the concept is still playing out. Hopefully we won't run out of time before it happens. And if it happens, it means the central bank in the US actually did decide to cut rates. Or the central bank in Japan actually did decide to get more austerity going, or both. VIX price not updating. Okay, I have a 14.8 if that helps you. "15 seconds, think or swim." You're going to have to switch to tick charts. Tick charts. 133 should be good. Near term, okay, but this is a relationship between the dollar and the yen. The Bank of Japan said they're going to tighten. The US bank said we're going to loosen. Therefore, that FXY ratio should go ballistic. But it hasn't. It fell off a cliff ever since they both said that. I'm not saying that the dollar is strong. I'm saying the dollar is going to weaken against the yen severely. Anybody in the Discord that is having problems launching Bookmap, where I'm sharing Bookmap window? I have one person that said that he had trouble. But now that I think about it, if you're here, Raghu, there's one of your PCs that does not have a microphone. Get onto it with a PC that has a microphone. I'm thinking outside the box. That might be it. Reading it? Okay, let's see if I can help you. We'll come up with some video here somewhere. Basically, Bookmap is like a level 2 program on crack. It literally shows you where the volumes are, where the orders are. It represents them in multiple ways. They show you the actual sales on the right side, the actual volume bars and orders. It shows you bubbles. The bigger the bubble, the bigger the volume. And then it shows you like a, I don't know what to call it, a heat map, like those red areas. The hotter the color, the more transactions. So if there's a lot of color below and we're falling into it, that's support. A lot of color above and we're running into it, that's resistance. And then you can literally see like I think it's a histogram on the right side with the actual orders. Like if you're falling into a big bubble of orders, you should rest assured you're going to find some buyers down there. That's the top line thinking. They've got so much more to it than that, but what you're seeing on my screen, that's what that is. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we do have a Discord channel independent of everybody else. And in it, one of the tools we have is Bookmap. It's interesting. I think it's more interesting for somebody that trades fast than somebody that trades slowly. I don't think it's a trade alert system. It's a trade management system. Well, it's not a memory hog if you're just looking at it through somebody else's computer. I don't know. Is it a memory hog? I don't remember it being that. But then again, I've got this fantastic Dell machine. I didn't skimp on memory or brains. The brains of the machines are fantastic. What I hate about it is how it manages my screens. Gosh, dang it. At least it stopped crashing on the reboot. But now every morning it's like 52 pickup. Every time I wake up the machine from sleep and I log in, I'm like, okay, where's my window today? All the windows are shuffled. Do I ever trade NQ? I wouldn't. If I was to trade the futures, I would just trade the ES for me. A lot of people trade the NQ. It's a big boy though. Careful. Bearish signals, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm lined up bearish on this one. You're not wrong, Linda. But don't fight the trend, okay? What would I think of a May 3rd? No, Randy. So my experience with the RUT is, if you want to do that, why don't you go to, say, next Tuesday and close it tomorrow so that you're not faced with a potential max loss in one day. They don't give you a lot of distance, Randy. My laptop runs so hot on Bookmap. Your womb, yeah, same with me here, Steve. My monitors exude a lot of heat. It's like, welcome to my sauna. It's good in the winter, in the summer, not so much. And then I agree with that, but I need to see them break the advanced decline line. It's not broken yet. You have mega caps propping us up. Mega caps are. I'm with you too there. I mean, I think lower should be the better, but I'm not beyond them going to 506 or 507 right now. Yeah, 507 is a potential on a spike. You remember yesterday? Either up or down. I think they're going to do it again. Maybe even both. Up, then down. Go to 507, then go back to 501. Wouldn't that be fun? It's fun when you don't have money on the line. I'm not fighting that fight. Oh, speaking of fights. So the Iron Butterfly is down $60. The Iron Condor is down, not down. It's still the same price. Why? Time has passed. Even though the price is wrong for both of these, but enough time has passed. I'm looking at a 255 quote on the Iron Condor. The tight one, the late one. And the other one is 1230, 1220, 1225, 1230. The Iron 1238, 1245. So these two on the bottom right-hand corner, can you believe it that they're still in play, even though price is so much higher? Because time has elapsed. The SPX, I'm not looking, Pradek, I'm looking at the SPY. I have 507 and 504, two mountains. By the way, I answered you this morning. You just must have walked away from your computer. First thing in the morning. DM, product. Oh, I see. Fine. Be that way. You said. That is a very long sideways move for this market. What are they planning next? 504.80 or 502.80? 504.80 or 502.80? I bought back all calls sold ex-dividend before expiration would lose. You did good. And the ex-dividend thing doesn't affect you unless the sold call is close to current price. That's another tidbit. If you're out there on YouTube, this is a free one for you. If you're short calls on a stock or a ticker that pays a dividend and it goes into ex-div day and your sold call is near current price, you might wake up to a nasty surprise. And you have to do the math. I'll give you an example. Zim, at one point, it was $17 dividend. So if your call was within $17 of current price, you would have been nabbed. Oh, that sounds good. The coffee. Thank you for sharing. I do like those colors. They're very pleasant. Okay, so this taking out that little guy right there, which is 5044, will get us 50, what did I say, 48 and more. So don't be too short. Depends on how you're short. Oh, bummer. Let's go. Come on, come on. Decide. Do something. Do something. We're getting bored over here. Not really, but you know what I mean. Okay, now the iron condor is $50 down. The iron butterfly is $100 down. So they both need a dip. The TLT I'm watching, I'm not watching the TNX. The TLT tells me what I need to know about the bond market. ZB has been fantastic. That is target 3 ZB, 2 of the dollar. Yesterday's high is just above here. So the bond market, if it breaks out from yesterday's high, that means rates are collapsing. Well, it's an exaggeration, but that means the rates will take another dip lower. That should be bullish the concept of rate cuts. So the market should also rally. If they are fearing the rate situation in the US, this rally in the bond market prices, TLT, ZB, that speaks to that concept that yes, rate cuts are coming sooner rather than later, which is bizarre because he just said he didn't, right? I don't know what he said, but he must have said that he's not committed. Whoa, Jason. Oh, I see. That's another bearish scenario. The other bearish scenario did play out, but it wasn't that fantastic. Only a part of it played out, I should say. So they're buying dips. Don't fight the trend. Pivotal moment in the advanced decline line coming up right here. So the next 10 minutes are still very pivotal. So the 15-20 minutes I noted earlier is almost over, but I would extend it a little bit if it doesn't happen. Nick, April 2020, bought 100 shares of 3M down. Please advise. Sell now, 97, or sell call options. Okay. Let's look at 3M. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. A lot of decimation here. Did it split or something? Why are my drawings so off? Okay, so how much did you pay? I don't know your entry price. I know you said you're down dollars amount, but I don't know what your entry price is. What is your entry price? Okay, so how about I tell you differently? 110 is a problem area. $110 is a problem area. So if I'm long, I could sell covered calls at the risk of getting stopped out. So I'm going to teach you a trick that not everybody's qualified to do, but it's a trick. If I have 100 shares of a stock and I want to double down without any money out of pocket, I would buy a call, sell 2 calls, and that's it. Because I own 100 shares, I essentially own a call. So that would be a butterfly, a regular butterfly. So a rally to here will get me even. Then I close everything. But not everybody's qualified to do that. Essentially, your shares would be the last leg of the butterfly you buy. You buy one, sell 2, and don't buy one because you own one already, 100. Selling covered calls would be the right thing to do, but I don't know about you if you wanted to keep the shares or not. It seems like it's in a support zone of sorts. Man, you bought it at the wrong time. 124 announced earnings and is going to cut dividend. Okay, so you went long into the earnings, which I never do. So for next time, please don't do that. Yeah, sell covered calls if you want to keep the shares. Put them to work. And if you get called away, so be it. If you don't want it anymore, cut it loose. Put the money somewhere else. Not every trade works out. Sorry for your loss in that sense, because it used to be a much better company, I guess. I'm not sure. No problem. Let me know later if you change your mind and if you want more information about how to manage it. We're here. I'm curious. Oh, look at these guys. Remember these? Oh, interesting. You remember these? That day? Wow. I remember that day clearly. I sell a put to own shares price. Yes. The question is, what happens when I sell a put? Let's say I wanted to own SPY shares at 502, and I sell a put at 502. And this happens, I may wake up the next morning owning 100 shares of SPY at 502, and the put position disappears. The put position would show thousands in losses, but they all disappear with the position. You don't actually realize the losses unless you panic and buy the put back. But if you say, give me the shares, and you woke up the next day and you just sell the shares, you didn't lose anything. In fact, you may end up green. All right. Let's do something. Somebody, somewhere, questions? Can I sub the 15-second chart for the 100-tick chart? You can use 133, I think. That would be good. That's what I use on Thinkorswim. On tick charts. Play around with a number that suits your eyes. Not everybody has the same knack. I call for another surprise move today. What say you? Why should today be different than yesterday? The mega caps are coiled. Coiled. Look at Amazon. Oh my goodness. Watch this. How many punches is it going to have here? Boom, boom, boom. I would short that in principle. Great company. One of my favorite companies of all time. Did they announce a dividend or anything like that? Or buybacks? Please say no. I sure hope not. Let's watch it for a little bit. There you go, Heather. Nice. I can't take credit for it. All right. Look at that breakout, though. If they take that out, but then they have to face that. So let's do this. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta. Who am I missing? Oh, NVIDIA. Dang it. This is pretty much an ETF all by itself right there. Would you buy a call going into prior fails like these? You don't. But if you do break out from here, boom, gone. And you would buy a dip. So if tomorrow, say, the Apple reaction is negative and they stay within this area, within yesterday's low, curl back up. Still holding 505 puts. I don't know. Let me check on something here. 506, where are we at? 505. I would still, if you haven't closed your puts, hang on for a minute. I think they're going to do something fantastic. Whether they go to 507 or not, I don't know. So they're going to push higher or lower because they have magnets above and magnets below. Both of them are unbelievable. Like, I cannot believe they would go to either of them. We still have an area of interest that they've left behind. This one and that one. That's from today's price action. Earlier today, this one is still available. This one is not. We can get rid of it so we don't get bogged down. So this did not happen. Well, let's put it this way. This happened right there, but the secondary one did not happen after the fact. So we can delete all of those so we don't have to do it tomorrow. Wait. Yes. I think we go to these two today. I think the Iron Butterfly will pay today. Let's say. Let's see it. It's $13 now. The Iron Condor is it's only 75 cents, 70 cents loser, 80 cents loser. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Roll up a debit put spread. Roll up. You just close it where it's at and you buy one higher. I don't understand. A credit put spread. On which platform? Oh, just the put. You buy it where you have it, or you sell it where you have it, and you buy one higher. Unless you're sold. I don't know what you're doing. Give me the trade. That's weird. That dip here made the Iron Condor more expensive, and that's not correct. That's because is the VIX spiking? Is the implied volatility rising? What's going on here? The Iron Condor pricing is a little wonky. Okay, this scenario can play out over there, this one. Why I can't choose anything today? So this scenario here. And the downside is about the same. I should leave that there. Reuse, repurpose. It hasn't happened in the last 2 hours. At some point it will. The advanced decline line could have had its fill. And let's watch these guys. This is the money maker right there. If the bears let them go above 504.5, they have nothing in the tank. The biggest magnet on the gamma is 507, folks. 507. How likely is that? Not very. 505 should be a wall from a gamma perspective. Let's look. Algo flow is trending down, but it's still greenish. If I own a put and I want to roll it up, I buy to close. Sell to close, buy to open the new one. If I want to roll it down, I buy to close and sell to open lower. So let's say I bought a put and I paid $2 and the price went my way. I'm booking my profits. So I'm basically selling it, booking my profits, and redeploying some of those profits lower. If I bought a put and the profit and the stock rallied and I still want to be short and I want to roll it up, I'm booking my loss and adding more money to the problem, but at a better place with better odds. Is that what you're asking? This suspense is palpable. maybe they do nothing today. Maybe they gave us huge elasticity the couple of days, and now they want to go quietly into a volatile morning. Tomorrow should be really volatile. We have a coin flip from the jobs number. Anything else tomorrow? And then Apple. Let me go check on earnings. Who has other? Coinbase, I don't really care. DraftKings, Cloudflare. Okay, so let's prepare our spreadsheet for the earnings. I know you guys are going to be asking. The best earnings trades are on Thursday. Apple. CWRD is cloud, right? Coin. DKNG. Square. Wow. Fortinet. My goodness. Hershey, tomorrow. I'm talking to you. Oy, too much, man, too much. Okay. All right, we are going to do first Fortinet. Fortinet does not have a lot of clues, but it has nothing available that says downside pressure or anything. It's going to move about. They're estimating the move is going to be about $7 or change. The implied volatility is 260, so don't you dare buying anything for this week. That number is usually 50, not even. So you're paying. Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's no way would you should. What? Yeah. I think that's the highest differential I've ever seen. 260 on the base of 45? What? Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't touch that thing. Something massive is going to happen. What does Fortinet looks like? Anyway, so that's Fortinet. I go here. Fortinet. We got Apple, Square. Who else? We said CRWD. Coin. DKNG. I think we got it, right? 10 minutes. All right. I'll do homework in a little bit. That is a potential, sure. At this point, it's a lotto money trade. So if somebody took an iron butterfly, they're not risking a lot to make a pretty penny, but anything with conviction right here is out the door. The bulls have had control for the last, I would say, 2 hours. It's not because the score is green. It's because the price action is higher highs and higher lows for about 2 hours. So if you want to gauge the price action, you need to go to a 15-minute chart to show you where we are right now in relation to yesterday's highs. Okay, so it looks like we're having an awesome day. Are we? Look at how it's played out. The bulls are not in control this week. So they're in control today, and not because the score is green, because for the last hour or so, actually more. What time is it? 11:30. 2 hours. Higher lows and higher highs. We're looking for a change in that behavior, and that has not come yet. Meanwhile, I'm going to go see if there's a trade we can do. I would recommend you skip Fortinet altogether. It's just, wow. That is too big. Crowds, no, that's not. Who does Crowd Strike? No. Anyway, we'll go with the other one, Square. Implied volatility is normally 60. Today, it is 260. What the heck is going on? 4, almost 5 times, 4.5 times the normal. So don't use the options from this week. There's no downside pressure. It's just equally distributed. I'll go check to see how the price action unfolded today in the options world. All right, we're looking at Square. Another website that takes forever to pull up is TradyTix. All right, so Square, $69. $69 is an interesting standpoint. So you would do an iron butterfly at 69. 68 maybe. So let's do one. And I'll explain to you what that means. $68. And it's slated to move $8. So if you do an $8 wide iron butterfly, you collect 5.8. So you're risking $120, $125. Do you know if the Zing I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. Net is Cloudflare. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Caleb. I don't know what that means, Atlan. Inside of Benzinga? I'm not sure. Probably. While this plays out, Where did I put square? Right there. So square, if you guys been here for a while, you know how to read this. A 68 iron butterfly, $8 wide, collecting 600 almost, risking the balance between 8 and that value per contract. And if you wanted to do calendars and diagonals, that thing will rock. You can do double diagonal unless it moves a lot. So I don't know what's it going to do on earnings. I'm just getting clues out of the options chain. On the first one, I did not have clues. Fortinet, I wouldn't venture there. I'll do Apple last to get the most amount of information. We'll do Net next. Cloudflare. No, yeah, whatever it is. Net. 355 implied volatility. Normally 67. So clearly, implied volatilities are extreme. We have a move of about $14, just under, up or down, priced in. It does not have enough information to tell me up or down, but it looks like a little bit down would be okay. Let me go to Tradietics. Maybe they can help us out. $80 is of interest. Interesting. Something going on at 80. So I would go to like 85, 84 and do an iron butterfly there. Maybe you get lucky with a dip. $85. How much did I say the pricing of the move? 10. 14. 13, 14. If you do a $10 wide one, you get almost $800, so you're risking $200. 81. No, I want it to be 13. So if I do $13 wide, hold on. Actually, no. Yeah, that works. $10 wide, 10 or 11. Take a snapshot if you're interested. Hi, Steve. I got your email. I haven't had the chance to respond. I'm sorry. Hey, who signed up? Who's coming to Texas? Who signed up? Todd. Thank you. I'll see you. One spot left. And also somebody signed up for Discord. Thank you. Vishal. Hi. Mark, what do you order? All right, let's go check on the index. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're going for that 5048. We discussed that earlier. 507 is a big mega magnet from the gamma perspective, and in the way is 505, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to crack into 505. This yellow zone is an area that they left open from prior action, most likely yesterday. So if they go to the top and your long calls, anywhere above 506 should be an exit, even though if they can go to 507. I'm just letting you know on the upside. The mega caps have, who's the incremental buyer here? I'm trying to see. Well, the XLF is breaking out again, but it had a disastrous morning, so it's just recovering old glory. This is not, so the score is green, but it's still not a bullish day. I hope you guys understand the difference. To me, I'm interpreting this based on the advantage that the bulls had yesterday and how they let it go versus the reality of what's going on. So it is green and it's getting greener, but let's see what they can do with it. I mean, yesterday they had bigger greens, and then John, you ordered a couple things, it looks like. This is where it's intense for Nick. I'm sorry. Doing 4 things at the same time. I'm starting with the ones that don't matter as much. I said I'll do Apple last, and I know I will run out of time later. I'll do coin next because it's another coin. So if anybody wants to do a diagonal, run it by me once you do it, and I'll tell you if you did it right. If you want to practice doing diagonals, run it by me. Or calendars for the earnings. So coin flip is 260 implied volatility versus 90. So that is normal. The price movement, they're pricing in 26, a little bit less, up or down. Are they giving clues? Maybe. Let me go double check. It is heavy volume, so. Hey, John, are you here? Nemoto. This whole detour was because of this stupid little. I've been quiet because I'm trying to overcome something on the stupid desktop. The window button. Sometimes it gets hung up. Half the window pops up and then it locks up everything I'm looking at. Anyway, I still am hopeful for some surprise today to give us some excitement because my blood pressure is normal and it can't be that way. Can I make a spread on EL? I can. I don't like the company though. What is your time frame? Thank you, Raghu. I appreciate it. I'll go check it out. I'm thinking of buying some calls on Rambus. Okay, we'll check out Rambus in a minute. You're thinking, tell me why, because it's fallen into support? Okay. You should know that it's losing support, and if it does lose it, it's going to 46, maybe even 38. But there is a pop coming. So if you're buying calls from point A to point B, I'm good with that. Just put a stop that allows you not to take them to zero, okay? You do have a pop coming, but it could be sold. And if it does get sold, you might end up at 48 and another pop and a drop to bound to say 40. But the call can work. Hopefully you heard me. All right. A few pennies is good. Pamela, good job. I'm scrolling down to see what I missed out on. All right, good. Thank you. We'll go here. Whoa. So this is a Freaky Friday moment. We've had those before. We haven't had one in a long while. Freaky Friday moments are when the price action goes so wrong against the options to where the market makers push it in that direction to high heaven in order to make up the losses on the sold calls. So then they start selling puts the whole way up there, and they make up the difference. And I think they're hunting that 506, and now the 507 is gone. So now there's only 506. The closer you get to that 506, the top of the yellow box, the more gambling you are with your calls. If you have calls, you won $1 million. Don't push your luck. And Apple is looking to break out. It's at the high of the day. They better deliver a good message. Like, I don't mean good report. The report's going to be good. There's no doubt about it. It's Apple. The message. What are you doing with AI? If it's the same BS message, I think Apple gets punished. I'll check on the options to see. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Trust me. It's been a day and a half. Do me a favor, if you're in here, can you all go to the YouTube, just record a presence there so we can have good metrics at the end, so then we can, have them believe that we have good solid metrics throughout. I'm going to give you a link. Just go post something, say hi, give it a like, and then come back here. You don't have to hang out here. That would really help us out. My goal is to bring some quality people here, and that's the only way we can get it, by leveraging the 8,000 subscribers we have there. Let's do it. Just go say hi and subscribe to the channel. If you're not there, it's free. You don't miss out on anything if you don't subscribe, but I would love it if you did. Like, pop in, say hi, put in a couple of hearts. Don't put any money. Don't put any of those, whatever they called them earlier. Yeah, YouTube. Just click on the link before, up top. Here it is. And then I'll go back to doing the options. We were working on coin. Coin is very volatile. And let me see what, if Tradietics gives us an idea as to where the price action is concentrated. It's not. They have 2 points of concentration, 240 and 220. Oh, it's a party, all right, on the YouTube. Thanks. the metrics is going to say, what the hell? What's going on here? Nick Kaching, Ragu, Mr. Wizard, Ragu the Wizard. Yes, I do have a link. It's right there, right above your word, right there. See where you typed, where's the link? Like scroll one line up there. Here, in case you don't have it, it's right there again. While I work on coin. All right, so coin has 2 points of interest, 240, 220, 220. Okay, I see that. 240. I also see that. So there's some upside pressure, but there's also some downside pressure. So I say they do nothing, or they, I don't know what the P&L is going to be. That's the problem with coin. So I would very hesitantly do an iron butterfly on it, only if it doesn't risk a lot of money. But it's not very pretty. So let's say we do it at exactly where it is right now. Let's do it with 225. And how much should I say they're going to move? 25-ish. All right, so we say 15 maybe. Okay, maybe 20. If you do a $20 wide iron butterfly, you risk $470. If you're okay with that risk, that's the one to take. 15.4 credit. Otherwise, do a $15 wide one, and you risk a lot less. Okay, and there is risk of assignment. This is Thursday. Why is that crucial? Because on Thursday, the options have to play out the next day, and if the stock moves a lot, then they have to you can get assigned. All right, so this is the $20 version. The $15 version risks a lot less. The break-even points here is 209 to 240. 209 to 240. Of course, I put it right there, 209. That's the break-even point. I'll come back and share pictures, but I just need them to get done right now. It takes forever for this stuff. Thank you for the show of force over there. All 24 of you went there. That's awesome. Let's go. Fill up the box and get it out of your system. Yeah. Stop playing puts unless you haven't tried yet, and this is your lottery ticket. The more put buyers they are, the easier it is for them to make money on you. The harder it is to drop, except for the last minute. If you haven't tried, okay, I see it. I get it. You want to get it out of your system, go ahead. It's worth it. But if you've tried it already, then it's not worth it. Don't let them beat you a few times in a row. DraftKings. Again, it's well balanced. It has just as much support as resistance. So let's see if we can get a clue. DKNG. Nope, except for next week. Good grief. Next week, everybody's in 42 on DraftKings. Next week, bearish. Let's look at next week. How's that possible? Okay, I called bull crap on Tradie Ticks. So this is 510 contract. 510 contract. 40 or 42? 42. $1.6 million transactions. Where? Yeah, that data is false. It must be some whacked out way of doing it. Anyway, so 42 is the number for them next week. Okay, so do it at current price. If you do, I don't have a clue. It is only slated to move 2, 4, 5, less than 5. So if you want to do it a $5 wide on DraftKings, it's pretty strange setup though. Do it at 42. That's the only clue we have from next week. $5 wide, so that should not risk a lot of money. 3.53. The span of making money is small. Like there's not a lot of money, not a lot to be made, and the range to be making the money with is small. So, I'm not sure it's worth the trouble, but it is available. So we did Net, Coin, DraftKings, Square, Fortinet we said avoid, and Apple for last. We'll leave Apple for last. I'll check here for Apple for now, so I don't have to do it later. 172, 170, 180. Whoa, they're concentrated 65 to 72. So take it at 70. It's a no-brainer. 170 at Apple. Implied volatility is 200 for Apple. No, it isn't. It's 92. 92. That's probably 3 times the normal. It's slated to move 3, 3, 6, 7-ish, a little under, up or down. Oh my gosh. So my interpretation is way different than theirs. I don't think it should rally. It has support, but not strong until it hits 167. So I would do it around 170 for sure and leave room to drop to 162. All right. But that's still early. I'll do it again a little bit later. Apple is worth it. You see how they're surfing the moving averages up there? Yeah, they're buying dips and making higher highs and higher lows and higher highs and higher lows. The magnet is 506 on gamma and this line right there. So 506.40, I would sell a call spread for tomorrow or Monday. Why Monday? Because I don't want to fight tomorrow. Because if you sell a call spread for tomorrow and we gap up 1%, you come into the day super red and you have to make a decision. If you do it for Monday, you have a couple of extra days to deal with it. Let's look at these lines. 507. So we are clearing this number. See how this information from this morning, this is from the Discord, and this is dark pools. So we have $60 billion that we just cleared. So that transaction jam is below us now. Not by far, but it is below us. We'll see how we close and how we deal with the after hours. Thanks for helping out with the YouTube thing. This is a rising wedge? I don't think so. Look at it here. This is what this is. This is look at it. So if you watched one of my videos earlier this week, I said something very simple. Check it out. Look at my screen. Okay. We dipped. We were coming into the week bearish. We dipped and then we rallied. Yay, the moon. No, oh my gosh, it sucks. Yay, the moon. Oh my gosh, it sucks. And this one is lower than that one. And this one is still lower than this one. So if tomorrow they don't take yesterday's high out and they lose today's low, Now a head and shoulders is brewing, and the target is down here with a lot of support. So that's why I'm telling you how important tomorrow is for Apple. You guys get this? Let me walk you through it again. Actually, I can walk you through it on the QQQ later, but we rallied and dropped, made headway, higher highs, higher lows, a high, a lower high. If we make a lower low tomorrow and not make a higher high, at least from yesterday's high, let alone the one from before that, then there might be a change in behavior. Might be. So it's not the end of the world, but it's sure not good. It feels good today, but it's not bullish yet. Referral code. I just have a link. It's not that important, but I appreciate it. Let me see here. That one right there. When you're filling out the form, make sure to tell them you want the works so they can hook you up all the way. So you can start trading like a market maker. Don't have an account. If you do have an account and options that allows you only to buy stuff, unless you're super good and super lucky, your trading would be so much better if you're allowed to sell some stuff against it. So you need an account that allows you for sales. If you wanted to start an Apple Iron Butterfly at 170, you have my permission. Like right now, it says 170, and you want to make it, $6,500 wide. Don't, because that would not be responsible. If you want to risk $400, you can make it $10 wide. Let me see here. What does Apple trade in? What kind of increments? 250. So you can do 750. $7.50 wide. You collect 5.2. You risk basically 200 and change. You need Apple to stay between 164.8 and 175.2. That's too little. I don't like that trade at all. I do not like that trade. $10 wide. $600. You're risking $400. Your range is 164 to 176. I'm not in love with that one either. I don't like it. Can you see that I'm bearish based on the options information? If you want to be less bearish, just move the whole thing higher. I centered it around 70. You can do it 172.5. So you collect $600. You're risking $400 because the difference between 6 and 10, and you could get assigned. But that body language says down here. One more spot for the charting class. You have puts. You sold puts at 57.50. That would be a good price. Here's a surprise nobody's talking about. I'm serious about that. Check this out. Check this out. How old is Tim Cook? 70? 65. Hey Google, how old is Tim Cook? $63. Huh. How about this headline that nobody's talking about? Tim Cook announced retirement plans. The stock will drop and soar. It will first drop because it's new uncertainty, and then soar. There's not going to be bad earnings. What do you mean bad? Bad, or bad versus expectations? Versus expectations, maybe, but bad. There's no bad earnings from Apple. There hasn't been bad earnings from Apple in decades. All right, North Lake Dave, later. Exactly, Linda. Buy the dip. Linda bought the dip. Exit, everybody. This is it. All in puts. I'm all in puts. Puts it is. Oh, snap, Linda. What was that? That wasn't nice. Huge treasury? What do you mean? They have a lot of debt? Yes. That's what he did best. That's what he did best. Did you know that when Tim Cook took over the company, it had zero debt? Zero. No debt. Apple was free and clear. I haven't looked recently, but last time I looked, they had like $115 billion in debt. They don't have a bad balance sheet. But what the fuck should he do with the money, dude? Paid dividends and bought back shares. Oh, and bought a headphone company and invested in a taxi company in China. Okay. Wouldn't it be smarter to invest in an asset that brings in a new stream of income other than just play the little arbitrage of dividend? That's my point. You borrow, do something with it. Don't pay a dividend and buy back stock. Buy a freaking company. Buy Netflix. Buy Fastly for $8. Right. Buy a new source of income. Shazam? What's Shazam? Is that the one that tells you the name of the song while it's playing? I don't know how that company's in business. Like, who uses that service? Yeah, Raghu, we talked about that this morning, even on the person level. When the government is doling out free money, nobody wants to work. Snap bought Shazam. Snap. He should have bought Palantir is what he should have done when it was $7. Yes, this morning, earlier, like 2 hours ago, I posted them in all the chat rooms and emailed them to everybody I know. I had a whole write-up. Beep. What is it? 5.1. Okay, we filled the gap from yesterday. An area of interest, one of them. There's another one up to the blue line, blue-yellow line, right above us, which is 506.40. But right now, this is 506 is gamma pressure, and we're within 25 cents of it. Apple, wow, Alphabet is doing well, just like Amazon. Microsoft, doesn't look like it's as well. I'm talking relative to yesterday, but it's still heading in the correct direction. Microsoft could be, I'm sorry, that's not Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft. All the XLF and blah, 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 they're all doing the same as well. So everybody's trying to draw these wedges. So we'll see how that's going to play out. 5090 call is under fire. What do you mean? What are we talking about here? Be specific, please. The delta is 0.1. What do you mean it's under fire? It's profitable. Close it if you're worried about it. The whole trade is won like miles away. That trade won. If you're worried about it, I would not fight the last minute with it. These guys are just, I would hate to lose to this market. Don't let them take money away from you when you don't have to. I said an iron condor, credit call spread at 50.90, 50.95, 50, that played out. I said to buy a call at 50.90. I don't remember that. I don't remember saying that, but if I did, okay. Thank you. I think buying calls at extremes and buying puts at extremes may play out. Like if you bought a put here at a call extreme or bought a call at a put extreme, that's the easy money. So if you haven't tried puts and you're still trying, okay. I mean, you're just trying, okay. But if you've tried a couple of puts and you're trying again, I mean, you might make money, but why beat your head against the wall? It's okay to lose. Now there's only 506 that sticks out like a sore thumb. They're buying dips. Every dip they bought for the last 2.5 hours. Don't anticipate a new behavior until they show you the new behavior. Now, look at the upper right-hand corner. That candle is starting to become bearish. You see it? Upper right-hand corner. This candle, which is a 15-minute candle of a mess of mega caps, they have the mathematical fortitude to break this. Either them or the XL this and XL that. So let's see. The sign would be if we get to 504.20 before making a new high. But look left. Every dip has been bought in an ascending channel. Assume it will be done again. And if you bought puts and made money, exit as if this is going to bounce and make a higher high and rebuy the puts up there. You can scalp momentum as long as you know what you're doing. You bought it. Yeah, the credit call spread played out early. The credit put spread came under fire, but not severe. So today's iron condor did not challenge anybody's willpower. Yesterday it did. Yesterday, that flash high, I know, shook out a lot of people. You know, I understand why it happened. It was pretty violent rally. Any hope of Gemini, Apple will say a lot of BS on AI. Neve, I don't know. I'm going to show you something on Apple. I think I can do it here. Apple, 1 week. There was a time when Tim Cook was having a press conference with IBM CEO at the time, forgot her name, Ginny Rometty, and I said short Apple, and short IBM as well. Oh, I know, it's in the IBM chart. I was like, that doesn't look familiar. There it is. Boink. Look, CEO Rometty, they were sitting, they were having a sit down. She was talking and he was talking. If you had your eyes closed and you didn't know who was talking, everybody was excited. CNBC was all over it. It was all horsepucky. It could have been any two companies saying anything. I said short IBM at that point because it was just bunk, just a bunch of bunk. So now Tim Cook is sounding like that about AI. Wow, look at that. They have an opportunity to really soar on just any tangible message on AI progress. Like if they say, hey, we should have it sometime next quarter, or not next quarter, sometimes next year, early next year or late next year, I think that would be not good for the stock. But if they say we're ahead of schedule, we believe we're going to have it done in 2 months, then you should see Apple soar and maybe take the indices over the hump to regain control to get to the new high. Horse manure. Yeah, I love that word, horse manure. Be quiet, dog. Here we go. This is the test. One more gap up top. Let's go. You know, Doug, you know it. No, I hear my dog. He hears noises in front of the house. There are people talking in front of the house. He sits at the front door and starts barking from inside. So I remember when I was a kid, I heard about chess players from Russia challenging the IBM Watson or whatever he was called then. Forgot what he was called. So what happened to that? Oh, Barkin Bark. The ragu joke when, what's his name? Fed Barkin barks. Right, isn't there a Fed called Barkin? Headache eyewear a failure. I tried it. Man, that was impressive though. Very impressive. The mask that they sell, the ski goggles, they're very impressive. One of our members let me use it. You have to spend about 10 minutes setting it up. But Jesus. I like war games. Oh, blink, blink. That's a lower low and a lower high on a tiny 15 seconds. Blink, blink. Oh, look at that doji on the upper right-hand corner. Right there, right there. So this denotes indecision. Let's talk through it. They open here. I love it. Oh my gosh, I love it. No, I freaking hate it. No, you know what? I don't know. Let's just close it where it was and we'll decide later. Indecision. There's another one right there. And this is a bunch of stocks, not just one. Wow, the TLT today, fantastic. Are we green yet? Anybody in my TLT trade? Tell me we're green. We're no longer red. No, we're still red. I may have to give up on it if it doesn't soar soon. If it soars, it means he cut rates, or at least he gave us a tangible date of when he needs to cut rates. Micron is my biggest pain today. Overall, the trade has 78 days and a little bit red, 13% red. I'll stay in it. I booked JP Morgan, couldn't be happier, 50%. I took off enough off the table to be happy with it, totally. The ARM trade is more than 50% profitable. Boeing is a lot better doing now than before. Today's move is fantastic. Be careful though. They need to take out, oh, they did. So today they're higher than their last failure on bad news, which means what I told you is that the news is, quote, not really good news. It's horse bucky. Like second, here's what I woke up to: 3 or 4 people reaching out to me with the same headline. Second whistleblower of Boeing dies. Even a friend of mine that is not part of this group, she does not trade. She sends me a text first thing in the morning at 5:15 our time in California with that news. Like, what is the insinuation that they had hitmen going after it? So I don't get that. This is not the movies. Wow, a lot of messages here. Here's how I deal with it: erase all. Okay, this is the moment of truth. You see that tiny little gap right there? If they close that and don't make a high and come back and make a lower low, then you can stay in your puts if you want. Other than that, you might get it, Raghu. you might get it. So you sold an iron butterfly and you financed it with some credit spreads and you defended the call side? Is that what you did, basically? A quick glance, I didn't delve into it. Oh, the iron butterfly for today. Let me see here. I haven't checked on it. It is not doing well, clearly, because they kept running up. It's 30 cents away from max loss, which was 350. And visually, you need a drop down to this red box. Anywhere inside this red box would be break even or better. The other one is an iron condor that paid 250 and risk 250. That one is priced at 460, so $40 away from max loss. These are SPX, so if you decide to fight the good fight and leave them on for a whoosh lower, miraculous whoosh lower to save you, you don't have to worry about getting assigned. Versus if you had done it with the SPY equivalent, you will get assigned. So what you need is a whoosh. You did it for 524, then reverse it, Mark. If it was a mistake, I don't hang on to mistakes, because the alternative is that you would be saying that, wait, what the hell? You would be saying that you know that on 524, that's where we're going to close. It's just pure luck. So luckily, you don't have a lot of damage. So yeah, you can reverse. Look at this move. Who is this? Which one of these guys is making a big move? Remember that doji? Look at the next candle, and I'm looking at Apple. It's not it. It's not Alphabet. It's not Microsoft. Nvidia. Nvidia is going for that pivotal zone that you and I discussed first thing in the morning. If you look at Nvidia, it has 860 to 870. It's been pivoting around it. Nvidia. No, not Apple. I'm talking about the last few minutes. It's not the Apple thing. It's the Nvidia thing. Anyway, the mega caps. So my impression is that today, super green day, not a bullish day because of this relationship. They breached yesterday's low and they were not able to make a higher high. So in theory, on paper, what happened today? You made a lower low and a lower high on paper. I wonder how the machines are going to interpret that. Because that's part of the code. What mode are we in? Are we selling rallies? This is what definition of selling rallies, lower lows and lower highs. Technically, this is correct, although the day is up 1%. Does that make sense? So think about it. The day before yesterday, we were up here. We fell off a cliff yesterday. We had this miraculous spike and then the miraculous dump, and then we just recovered 3/4 of the miraculous spike, still at the level from which we fell 2 days before. No way in hell this is a bullish scenario. If you zoom out a little bit more, okay, that's what I told you earlier. Higher highs and higher lows. So tomorrow, the verdict. If we break below today's lows without taking 5100 out, preferably 5120 on the SPX, this was a bearish 5 days. Because we're going down to 49.20 again on the SPX. I have a few credit put spreads left over. I'm not closing them because of it. They have about $1 worth of value, so delta 20. I wouldn't close them based on what I just said. They're balancing out my book fine. And the FXY made a higher high than the morning pop. Thank you for bringing my attention to the currencies. I would not go long Nvidia for all the money in the world up here. Unless you're a momentum trader, if I'm an investor, I wouldn't touch Nvidia until it's in the 6s. And that might take months, but it will be there. I would sell a put under 600, so a drop into the low 700s will get me to sell puts into the 600 or put spreads, whichever. You're going to miss out on $200 of upside, so be it. I missed out on 300 already, so we'll see. We are all operating under the assumption that whatever is going on, that we know all the variables that there are. There is no way this world is going to be quiet for a year. There is no way. So I'm not a political expert, but I know there are some political things going on that are as crazy as the belief that EVs were going to replace ICE machines and that they were going to cut rates in March. There are some things in the world that is that crazy. I'm not going to go into it. But if you know geopolitical risk and makeup, you would know that what is happening. And so there's going to be turmoil that comes out of nowhere is what I'm saying. And then the fundamentals are not the only metrics and variables that we have to deal with. We have to worry about other stuff, which are not on the docket. So Wall Street freaked out when you bring in what? When does Wall Street have a freak out? When you bring in new questions, they freak out. Right, questions, new. Something that is not, that has not been discussed. I'll give you an example. You remember the fiscal cliff? How long did we sweat over it? Better yet, maybe one little bit closer. You remember the shutdown, the government shutdown? I remember the first one. Oh my gosh, CNBC covered it for weeks and weeks. The government shut down, and then the government shut down. And then it reopened. And then nothing happened. So the second time the shutdown came about, it was no big deal. People had seen it. They didn't worry about it. You bring in something new, they're going to freak about it. All right, so let's go tell the peoples. Okay, be careful. Risk of assignment is higher on Thursday. Earnings. Apple. Square, let's put a line where we would break even. 62.2, 73.8. $76.5, 93. Wow, 76.5. Whoa. $38.5, $45.5. I think that's it, right? Yep. Don't take all of them. Okay. If you have, for example, the iron butterfly now is less loser. The iron condor is only $100 loser. So if you want to cut your losses, you can. Or if you're holding out, you can still win. So this stuff right here, these two can still win. Here's how you can handle it. Let's say you collected $1,150 to open this one, and you can enter an order to close it at 12. So if this comes close and has one wiggy thing, you may be filled at 12. Or if you're willing to risk the 350, you might get lucky and they could close somewhere around 5035. And if they do, that would be a fat win. It's up to you. I don't have any exposure to that. Now I'm scrolling back to see if I missed any question. Just joined back into the live room, probably missed the earnings. I just posted them in the chat rooms, but not Benzinga chat rooms. If you want them here, I'll put them here, but whoops, nope, that's not it. Okay, so these are them right there. Okay. The iron butterfly is $13.70, so it's down $200. And the iron condor is only down $100, maybe $110 out of 250. So you're saving half your loss. I'm talking about these two things that I shared earlier. Nobody should have taken both. If you've taken one or the other, use these dips to fix your problem. If you've resolved yourself to risking the whole amount, then see if they close inside your box. The iron condor needs to win. It needs to close inside plus 250. So the break evens will be, I forgot what the lines were. 50-50. So 50-52 would be your 50-52 and a half on the upside. SPX. So you need a $9 drop. The iron butterfly's upper end profit zone is 50-47. So you need a bigger drop for the iron butterfly to break even. So you really need a whoosh down to that area of interest of mine down here, the 503, this one. I mean, how much time? 20 minutes? I don't know. You can talk to Google about that and see if it'll help you do that. Losing this will get you that. The matter of time, whether they'd have enough time. So this target was from this movement here. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. This thing here. To give you a visual reference as to how they went up. It was an orderly run up. It seemed chaotic, but it isn't. It's machine driven. They just walked you up. Us, everybody. I don't know what entity is. Let's see. Thanks for the help again on the YouTube today. That was outstanding. I appreciate it. You often do on earnings. Because there's no advantage to doing iron condors, Ben. Okay, so I'll explain my logic. I think the last one I did, iron condor, was Amazon 2 years ago, maybe a year ago. They let me have a $2 iron condor that was $100 wide. I did that. That was the equivalent of an iron. So here's the deal. When there's an earnings report, the implied volatility spikes. But the iron condor involves sell call, buy call. Sell put, buy put. So the higher implied volatility effect on what I'm doing, the net effect is null, because I'm selling two things that are expensive and buying two things that are expensive. So what in fact is happening different is that I'm in the face of a bigger move than normal. They give me a wider width, so there's no advantage to doing an iron condor during the earnings except the surprise of a mega move on the earnings. So it's almost like saying there's something going to break on this iron condor, and hopefully it's not that big. Versus I take iron condors when I know nothing is going to break. So how is that different than the iron butterfly? Well, with the iron butterfly, the implied volatility is so high. I'm selling at current price, and I'm buying also expensive stuff, but way away from current price, outside the one standard deviation, hopefully. So at the open the next day, these should be demolished from an implied volatility perspective. And the things I sold are so much bigger in size than the things I bought that differential works for my favor. I can't prove it to you, but it does work. So plus it's a matter of preference. Some people like to do an iron condor. So if somebody does a tighter, wider iron condor, would be like doing an iron butterfly. The iron butterfly is an iron condor. So let's say instead of doing the iron condor, iron butterfly like this, I did it like this, brought it down to here and brought it up to here. Basically what I did today, I gave you a $250 iron condor. That was intense because it had a $25 width, and they still gave me the credit of more than half of the width of the spread. So that was a good bargain. In fact, it is now a lot less a loser than the other one is. Oh, I take that back. They're both the same now. Huh. The pricing on the puts is changing quickly. Let's see. Are they planning a whoosh lower? A pop and a drop? Is the square iron butterfly a credit? All iron butterflies are credit. That's why they're called iron. Let me see if I made a mistake. They're all credit. Iron anything is a credit. Square 68. Yes. No, not $8. No, definitely not. Definitely not. If it's $10 wide, I'm seeing 6. Wait. It's $8 wide. It's $6 credit. 5.8. Right, 5.8, but it's $6 wide. The maximum loss tomorrow is 6, and you're collecting 5.8. Who is X3HD? Yes, I shared a few trade ideas, but they're high risk, and if I don't know you, I don't want to share it. I don't know your risk profile. I don't want to put you in harm's way, especially with an iron butterfly that needs hand holding. And I'm not going to be streaming live tomorrow to help. If you're in the live room, hit me there. Do not look good? What do you mean? Oh, Steve, okay, I can always rely on you to look for news. Our buddy Steve, what's going on? The earnings do not look good, but that's okay. Tesla's earnings were terrible. Look at what the stock did. You know why? Anybody? Yes, we know why. Because they expected a hot, steaming pile of poop. They just got a crusty, regular pile of poop that wasn't hot and steaming. Fire poop. Okay, Vinod. Any trades? Yes, I shared them in the chat rooms. Go to the chat rooms. I posted them in writing with all kinds of details. Nothing urgent, by the way. Nothing. But a couple of trades were discussed, and I wrote them and sent them out. One was, now I forgot the stock. Shoot. Etsy? And one was the QQQ. I wouldn't jump into either of them. I did the QQQ to test the premiums and it fired. Okay, so this here is the target of losing that one. Losing 504.80. That's the target. Okay. So from here, are they doing this thing where they're going to do that? Let's see. The iron butterfly, the iron condor is $3.30. So you're down $70. Depends on how much you collected. The iron butterfly is 14, so you're down $250. It's just a pure luck. If you haven't closed it right now, you're just playing on luck, and that's fine with me. It's not a pile of cash. It did make me laugh. I mean, guys were always guys respond well to words like poop and fart and burp. I don't know. You never lose that. I don't know what it is. We're just idiots that way. That's the only way I can make my son crack a smile. All I have to do is just say the word poop in front of him. He'll just smile and giggle. Crack a lip. I did. The earnings are going to be either good or bad. If I'm looking at it, so the mathematical thing is I would put it somewhere around 170, 171. So there's not much to do, but the outside factor that you cannot put into numbers is what they're going to say about AI this and AI that. So I have a sneaky suspicion Apple wants to explode, up or down, I don't know. They either going to wow everybody and go to the moon, or have a small disappointment. The small disappointment might bring it down to 165, 168. I honestly don't know. I also presented the crazy notion that Tim Cook might announce his retirement. I'm making that stuff up. I have no idea. I don't watch TV. I haven't heard anybody say it, but it just dawned on me that he's in his mid-60s, and he seems like a decent guy, and he wants to enjoy life. Maybe he just decides to hang it up. Hey, Nick, do you think trading NQ based on Apple? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Steve. And here's the thing. Thank you. But listen, Apple reports half hour after, so you might not have the chance to do any of that. QQQ. Yeah, but QQQ stops trading options at the 15, right? And Apple reports at the 30. They're not fun like that. They still think they're important. Microsoft doesn't do that, and Microsoft is a more important company than Apple now. That's the specialness of Apple. Nope, 430 or 20 or whatever. At least that's how it used to be. We'll see. Maybe they'll surprise us. I'm just quiet. I'm trying to do something. It's not working. All right, so I'm going to cut the feed to YouTube. Folks on YouTube, thank you very much. If you like what you saw and you're not a member already, I guess I should have said that. It's obvious. There's a QR code there. You can scan it and become a member. There's also a Discord channel, which are two separate things. I'll see you later, YouTube. Ending the stream in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Yesterday we had an earthquake here. It lingered. It was